A new month, a new set of challenges, but we're here to rise to the occasion as best we can. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. This is DSP News, the unreliable ones. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the newsroom and welcome back to the Galtopia News Network, your unreliable source for DSP News. This is the Snort Report, brought to you by Snortbucks Coffee Company, the best beverage company. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, the format will stay the same. 5 videos that will make up your broadcast, all brought to us by Burnell. At the current time, there is things developing. We'll see how that all plays out. I'm sure a lot of people will already be giving you guys breaking news on it. We'll see how it flushes, and then we'll go from there, and so on and so forth. And that's pretty much that. That's that. To be honest, a mod defecting is nothing new, to be honest with you. So we'll see. We'll see just how that plays. In any case, if it does turn out to be something fulfilling and or worthwhile, I'm sure you'll get like a 7-hour marathon from us or something along those lines. So, so we'll just have to wait and see how that works out. That's pretty much it. Let me just go ahead and get started. Like I said, we're in the month of March. It should be interesting, to say the very least. If things go well, if things go well, we should be all caught up by April. At least that's the plan. Of course, a plan is nothing more of a list of things that usually don't get done. But we will see. We will see. We will see. I will certainly try to do my part in this endeavor to make things happen. But we'll see. That's initially the plan, because I don't want to be behind all year. And I really want to go ahead and get back to the second channel. As you guys know, we have the Gout Report over there. We're going to go back to 2016, I think, and we're going to start our campaign over there. So that's a thing, so on and so forth. In any case, I'm kind of rambling at this point, which is something that I do a lot of if you guys are new here. So let's go ahead and get into the situation. Hopefully you guys are all doing well, and hopefully we can help start your day, end your day, or get through your day in some type of fashion that is comfortable in some way, shape, or form. It's the little perks in life, I suppose. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you guys in just a minute.
How to play the game!
Warning, what you may see right now is going to be absolutely disgusting. Sound good?
Alright, sounds good to me.
Alright, it's real, ladies and gentlemen.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're here with the first video that will make up our broadcast, brought to us by Burnell, DSP, WWE Champions event. and he couldn't sleep. Grocery shopping is strenuous, and it's for this. Let's see here. Trying to be professional. I'm failing at it miserably. Okay. This was published on March 2nd of 2021, our year of Greece. The link will be down in the description. Yay. And here we go.
Joyful Oblivion is here and tipped me $99.30. Holy crap. Joyful Oblivion, you've been really, really generous these last few days. Thank you for that. I mean, we're now $1 away from the tip goal of the night. I mean, holy shit. Before someone says, oh, you know, this isn't real. No, all these tips are verified tips, too. These are all completely verified tips. This isn't someone who's, you know, trying to scam me. And by the way, this guy used to tip me. Before I even asked for verified tips, this guy used to tip me as well. On and off on the streams. So, thank you very much. Gunner Glasses time.
Wait, that doesn't actually mean anything, because there are other pay pigs who used to tip heavily before he asked for verification on all of that, and some of them still had to go ahead and verify their accounts. So what's the point? And it's this type of cherry picking is what allows trolls to kind of make it through the cracks, and is essentially why he can always play up. And that's if any of this is even true. But it allows him to play up the fact that, oh, I still have chargebacks from like 4 months ago or whatever the case may be. Eventually it'll be 6 months, eventually it'll be 9 months. But right now I think his limiter is 4 months ago. Because he's not being diligent with anything. He's inconsistent because he's a liar. You know what I mean? And he can't keep the lies straight. And he's worried about getting his little $100 a stream and not coming across like a failure, that he'll allow himself to be taken advantage of, I should say, later on down the line, if just because he's only thinking in the short term. He's only thinking minute by minute and not further down the line, which is kind of why he's all fucked up the way he is now. You know what I mean? Like, for example, I was going back and listening to some old detractor videos going over when he lost monetization on DSP Gaming. This was after he got dropped from Curse. And he sat there and he was like, oh, I've been talking to Curse back and forth for 2 months before they finally let me go. Well, the initial thing that kind of stood out to me is, what the hell were you talking to them for 2 months for? Like, if you already knew they were going to drop you, there was no talking. Essentially, they gave you 60 days to be able to find a new place for your shit, or to go ahead and go to Google and get your AdSense shit together, so you could monetize your videos on your own through Google, and that was that. There was no back and forth talks. Now, with that being said, I'm about to contradict myself, because I honestly think, a lot like with the MaxieDaMan situation, he sat there and he begged and pleaded with them to not let him go, to not drop him. And during this period of time, in the video that I'm specifying, he said that I can't go into the details of why Curse is letting me go, or, sorry, he didn't even word it like that, why myself and Curse are breaking up, if you will, or ending our relationship. It's just a lot of nonsense that's been going on for a long time. Now, granted, later on down the line, he says that, oh, well, the reason why they let me go is because I kept getting reports on me, and they couldn't avoid the reports. They had to pay someone, in his words, in his snorts, they had to pay someone to work an 8-hour shift just going through and denying all of his reports. Now, that right there is even more ironic, because for the last couple of months this has been simmering. People who have been trying to report Phil on Twitch can't seem to do it. They all seem to get an error message for some type of reason. Now, granted, you shouldn't be reporting Phil unless he's actually doing something. But the fact that you have this small demographic of people who are reporting him, and immediately an error message comes up, needs to tell you something. Now, we used to always sit there and joke on Hassan for protecting his ass, or whoever. I assume it's more than one person. Now that Hassan has been kicked out, or ousted, or whatever the case may be, there's clearly someone else there protecting him, or there is some type of, what's the word I'm looking for? There is some type of notation on his account that says, avoid this or disregard this unless it's a serious violation of TOS. Now, one of the things that brings me to that particular conclusion is, how do I word this? Okay, Well, I have to take you back. I'm gonna have to take you back again. We're gonna go back to I think it's late 2017. No, it actually might have been early mid 2017, maybe 2018. So it's somewhere within the 2017-2018 calendar year when Phil went back to Twitch and he agreed to be their guinea pig so Twitch could protect all of their ethos, right? Does anybody remember that? He was part of like this anti-harassment / bullying initiative that they were trying to enact, and his stream was even featured at one of their VidCons or one of their Twitch cons. I'm sorry, it was like an interactive stream type of thing, and he also talked about some other things that he was participating in. For some particular reason, I think by him agreeing to do those things, and I said that I think around the time this actually happened, I think he was given immunity to some degree. That's the reason why he can't be deplatformed. Yeah, he can be banned temporarily or indefinitely and then be brought back after 3 days. He can be suspended, but I don't think they'll ever throw him off. And if you think about it, as it pertains to people like Phil, people like Wings, it only makes sense that you would kind of protect these guys to further, to further reinforce and to give off the allure, if you will, to a lot of your e-thoughts who bring in a lot of money, or your e-girls, or whatever you want to call them, that hey, you'll be well protected, we'll take care of you as long as you're profitable. You know what I mean? I think it's one of those type of situations. Now, granted, if that is the case, then how is it that Low Tier God, Ice Poseidon, and other guys like that ended up getting thrown off? It's kind of a tit for tat type situation, especially like someone like Ice Poseidon, who does bring in a lot of money, but of course he was blatantly violating TOS at any given time. But just something for you guys to kind of think about moving forward, because apparently the situation with the reporting system it's not like a new phenomena, like, right? It's been something that's been going on for a little while. And I don't know if that was Hassan's last kiss goodbye to fucking Darkside Phil or what, but clearly, if it's not ingrained, or if it's not been programmed into the system, there's somebody else, or there's a group of people, I should say, which is more than likely the case, that is sitting there watching his ass. Matter of fact, to further reinforce that, and then let's move the fuck on, because I know that's what some of you guys are thinking. I think it was Almighty Tekken had brought it up that there was a former viewer of Phil's who ended up going to work for Twitch and whatnot, or well, when it was Justin TV, I guess. And then I guess they end up crossing over, or whatever the case may be. But the point being is that he has people in his audience who used to work for some of these streaming services, and they may have moved up into a position where they can negate some of the situations that goes on. And which is, in a lot of ways, one of the more fascinating aspects about Darkside Phil, because his reach, how far his hoof extends, I should say, is a little bit more far-reaching than we give it credit for. Even if those people never give him money, never cheer, sub, you know what I'm saying, never comment on any of his videos or reach out to him on Twitter, it doesn't mean he doesn't have an effect on them. And so it's just another layer of pig fat to cut off if we're going to get to this bacon, even though bacon obviously is a good percentage of fat, that needs to be digested, that needs to be understood and taken into consideration. He's got way more safeguards, whether he knows it or not, than we give him credit for. Just something to think about.
A new PC and I need a new laptop. All right.
So within $1, we will have hit the tips goal, which would basically put the double tips goal into reach tonight. As silly as that sounds, I mean, you may see me wearing 2 vests tonight on the Bowser's Fury stream. Okay.
Oh my god, he's drinking gin.
Actually, that was something that I said in last month's collage of broadcasts that I wanted to try to keep up with. Well, once we're caught up, I should say, I'd like to try to post WWE champion events coinciding with the broadcasts that we're going over. They have so many though, like daily challenges and stuff like that going on, and then on the weekend it's even worse. Like it's pretty inflated, to say the very least, and almost encumbering in a lot of ways. That I don't know if we'll be able to keep up with it, but it has been proven that certainly when there's a big event going on, Phil's desperation for money is at its fever pitch. And it's funny too, right, that he keeps downgrading, or even degrading, I should say, the concept of the double vest goal, right? Not a streak, the goal. Yet he benefits from it, and he clearly wants to hit it daily. He clearly wants that to be a thing, but yet he keeps shitting on it. It's almost like he's sabotaging himself. Now, excuse me. Now, someone can make the argument that, well, he did the same thing with the vest goal. So, I mean, there's nothing really different about it. But in actuality, if he hits the double vest goal, he gets essentially a full day's worth of tips in one stream. And on top of that, since we have this initiative right now where he's carrying over tip goals from one stream to another if they don't hit it, then essentially he's covering all of his bases with it, which means he should be trying to encourage it more instead of just kind of keep brushing it off. It's negative reinforcement to try to get a positive reaction. And yet again, I've pointed this out, that his whole life is like that. And I don't know if it's just a life of failure. I don't know if that's something that was instilled into him by his parents. I don't know if that's a product of his environment. I don't know if he's just a nut and that's just his mentality. But either which way, it doesn't always work that way. So why doesn't he just change up and try something else? You know what I mean? It's funny how someone who preaches positivity, allegedly, doesn't really know or understand jack shit from it. Even when, ladies and gentlemen, he hits the tips goal, he still gets shitted on for fucking being an e-beggar, so really nothing good comes out of it. And he cares more about what people think of what he does, more than, at times, the money that he actually brings in. Because the money's just going to get flushed down into this gambling addiction either which way. It's the proverbial rock in a hard place. Or your hot pan and then the bacon press, for those of you who use a bacon press. You know what I mean? There's a no-win. There's a no-win situation out of any of this. But it's fun to watch him squirm, so it is what it is.
And I play a game called WWE Champions, which, of all things, you can believe it, is a WWE game that plays like Candy Crush. I love it. I love it.
So why was I late? Well, last night I couldn't really get to sleep. It's just that simple. Couldn't get to sleep. Was on and off, kind of asleep, then not asleep, then asleep, then not asleep. It was about 6 in the morning when I think I'd slept about 1 hour at that point. And I said, I don't think I'm going to be able to be up at 9 like I usually get up to do my stream. So I said on Twitter I was probably going to be late. And tried to get to sleep. Eventually did get to sleep. But I do have this creature that lives with me by the name of Jasper Kitty, who does not like it when there's changes in schedule. He gets very upset when there's a change in schedule. So the fact that I, number one, didn't sleep like I normally do, got him kind of up and hyper during the night, which is not good. And then, once we finally got to sleep, he didn't like the fact that I wanted to sleep in today. At all. So, here I am. It's like 9 a.m.
Wait,
I probably
so we're blaming this all on a cat. On top of that, well, one of the 2 cats that live in that house. But also, didn't he say he said it at some point, that during this whole schedule restructuring situation, that he was allowing Kat, his words, not mine, he was allowing Kat to go to bed early so she can get as much sleep as she can because she has to get up early. And he was staying downstairs with Jasper watching TV and kind of playing with him to try to tire him out. Isn't that what he told people? Didn't he say that's what the plan was, the initiative? And yet Jasper's still keeping his bitch ass up at night? And then when are we going to come to the realization? I want you guys to really think about this. When is he going to come to the realization, I should say, that he has complete and total control of his schedule? Because he runs around here like the proverbial pig who had its tail cut off, crying and complaining about how he has no control over any of his situation. When clearly he does. He makes his schedule. Plenty of detractors have said this. Plenty of people in his audience have said this. But yet he's acting like he's beholden to all these other people. And if he doesn't show up on time, which isn't anything new, by the way, he's gonna, it's gonna be such a catastrophe of a stream. Or if he sleeps in late, right? His whole life is gonna be topsy turvy. Trying to blame that shit on Jasper right now. When in actuality, no one told this dumbass to stay up until 4 or 5 o'clock each and every night, which is essentially what he's doing. Like, what's the point? And he's been doing this for a long ass time. I think someone had pointed out that it's almost like he's trying to, he's living by the East Coast time zone on the West Coast. And if you actually kind of look at like that whole when he's eating dinner and all this other silly shit that he's doing, it kind of makes sense a little bit. I mean, it's definitely retarded, but it but what else is it in the fucking piggy vortex? So something to think about.
3 hours, and he wants to get up, and he's nudging me, and he's bothering me, and normally I don't care. Normally it's enough that I could just, I push him away, or like, if I put my arm down, usually on my side here, he'll crawl up to the arm and let me pet him a little bit, and then we kind of fall asleep together, which is nice, it's cute. But today he decides, oh, well, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna climb on top of the dresser and I'm gonna relax up there. Fine, he does it all the time. Then when I'm sleeping, he decides to leap from the dresser onto my foot and dig his claw into my foot, creating a large, deep scratch on my foot when I'm trying to sleep. Which I have right here is yuck. It's not good. We'll have to wash this out again later. Ugh, scab, yuck.
It is absolutely gross looking. Yes, I would love to have one day a week to just sit here and relax and or do a few odds and ends with my family and not have to worry about, oh, it's my day off, gotta go grocery shopping, gotta get stuff for Jasper, now's the day to have a dinner with my wife, oh, we have other errands to run like doctor appointments, haircut appointments, run. That's my day off every week, I wish it wasn't like that, but that's just life right now. Maybe long term it'll be better.
You don't have doctor's appointments each and every week. You don't get your haircut. He only gets his haircut like once every 2 or 3 months. I mean, what are you talking about? And he has opportunities to spend more time with these people, with his family, right? And he chooses not to do it. He comes up with more and more excuses and or reasons not to do it. Just like he did with Panda Lee. Because Panda was getting on his ass about they weren't spending enough time with each other. And so he would have a full day off and then he took like a half day or something. Right? But he was still finding reasons not to actually spend the full 2 days off with her. So he compromised with her and gave her a day and a half. He clearly didn't want to spend any initial time with her, any more time with her, I should say, than he needed to. I'm telling you, this whole marriage is a fraud. It's a sham, right? Just like that relationship with Panda. That shit had been down the drain long before, Panda did whatever it was that she did and and got herself the fuck up out of there. She didn't get booted. She left on her own accord. This marriage is no different. The only difference is, if you will, is that he was willing to put a ring on Catherine's finger, whereas he wasn't willing to do that with Panda. That was it. It makes him look like less of a fucking groomer, and it makes him come across like, oh, well, yeah, he's a mature adult because he's married. Even though all he did was poach a vulnerable woman out of his fucking fan base, just like he did with the first one. He played off the first one's ignorance. He sat there and played off the second one's desperation. That doesn't make it any better. Which is the reason why this whole shit's a sham in the goddamn first place. Because you had two desperate people who needed a way out. Phil needed someone to take care of his dumb ass, and she needed to get the fuck out of her situation because she had already jammed it all up. That was it. How does love come out of desperation? It comes out of it's a need for necessity. That's not love. But whatever. Whatever.
Right now, that's where I'm stuck. So, it's been tough. My life has been tough over the last
And that
decade.
right there proves my point. That right there proves my point.
Yeah. Doesn't grocery shopping take like an hour? Sure, the shopping part. Then you got to come home, you got to unload all the groceries, you got to clean all the vegetables. In reality, grocery shopping is 2 to 3 hours of a day. It really is. It's that much work. Plus, there's planning ahead of time to make all the meal schedule for the week and all the ingredients you need to buy, so there's even longer than that. It's actually more than that.
First off, what the fuck are you talking about? There's 2 of you. Allegedly. Sorry. Let me put that out there. There's allegedly 2 of you. And I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. To be honest, don't at me. I'm not sorry. Is Catherine retarded? Can she not function? Like, you're telling me this girl can't make a fucking shopping list? Because I don't believe they use coupons and whatnot. People can shit on me all I want, but I don't, fuck that. I'm gonna use a coupon if I have it. But you're telling me that, or definitely I'm hitting sales. So can she not make a grocery list? Can she not clip coupons? And can we not plan out recipes for the week? Why do you even need to plan out recipes? Just make what you feel. Can we not do any of that? And then he's saying that, oh, the shopping part is an hour, but then you have to come home, you got to unload it, you have to clean the vegetables. Who cleans vegetables that they're not using yet? First, I mean, giving them maybe a once over before you put in the refrigerator is one thing, but you're doing what exactly? How much vegetables are you guys really eating in that house? Because most of the stuff that Catherine's making, or he says Catherine makes, doesn't require a whole lot of vegetables. If nothing else, it sounds like ready-made meals. So, yet again, what the fuck are you talking about? Also, on top of that, Phil does not come across as someone who's not above pre-cut, pre-sliced, or pre-washed vegetables. And even then, you should probably, I guess, at least for your greens and stuff, you should probably still rinse it off, but that's debatable. In any case, he doesn't come across as someone who would do that, especially if you go back to his homemade pasta video where he was cutting up those onions and all that other shit. If you want to call it cutting up, it wasn't a very good look. It certainly it looked as incompetent as I thought it would be, as most people thought it would be. It was terrible. So where does that come from? Are we talking about just skidding and peeling potatoes? I'm sure Catherine has that down packed. So what other vegetables is it? And then it's taking, what, 45 minutes, Phil, to go from your garage into the kitchen to bring stuff back and forth? Yet again, there's 2 of you, right? Even if, and it's a big if, even if they're both not shopping with each other, is it the person who's shopping also has to bring all the groceries in and put it away on their own? How does that work? None of this makes sense. And like I said, if you go back and you think about all of the meals that he said that she makes for him, because that's the only real information we get on her, it doesn't require what he's saying. It really don't. But oh well, semantics.
Well, of course, you have to be an adult to understand that. I'm very sedentary in my lifestyle. I don't move a lot, being honest. I sit here on the couch streaming all day long most days.
I didn't even know you could be this lazy.
Remember, guys, if you cheer, sub, or tip tonight, I will give you a shout out. Thank you to those who do contribute. Tipping is preferred right now, because in the short term, I'm trying to not only pay all my normal stuff that I have to pay, but also raise some extra funds to pay my tax guy to file my taxes. So tips are preferred. If we raise $50 in tips, I'll put on the gunner glasses. If we raise $100 in tips, it's vest time.
Disgusting beggar.
I don't want to do this again. There's gonna be the same boss fight again. That's bullshit. Tell me they don't force me to do this. They're forcing me to do this again? I don't want to do this again. This is dumb. Now, this is bullshit. This shouldn't even count towards the penny point wage. Because they shouldn't force you to do this fight again. This is bullshit, and then it gives you an end and start again for you to get the final shine. This is dumb. No. This is really dumb. I don't want to penalize viewers who had wagered penny point channel points to see if I beat this within a certain amount of time, when we didn't know it forced you to redo the fucking stupid boss again. This is really dumb that it does. Wow. There's no way I can do this and then complete another shine. There's no way. Because this takes like 5-10 minutes to do this stupid segment. It's cool for the end of the game, but I have to do it again a second time for no reason. What? I jumped and it didn't register, and now I didn't hit. Wow, this sucks. This legit sucks now. Yeah, this blows. I'm just gonna cancel the wager, guys. This is also incredibly tedious and stupid. It's not fun to do this again. Like I said, the first time it was cool when I felt like you were playing Sonic Adventure. Now it's dumb I have to do it again and again and again. I can't even hit it once! Look at this stupid shit. what the fuck? He did it again. Oh, fuck this.
He rage quit. He rage quit.
Okay.
Oh.
So first, it's I didn't realize that at the Galtopian casinos, you can go ahead and just welch on a bet if the odds aren't working towards your way. I didn't know we could do that. I'm gonna remember that, but and again, I don't fail like as much as DSP does, so it is what it is. So that's an interesting aspect that we can just go ahead and just take our penny point bets back whenever we feel like it. Two, you would think for someone who has failed as much as he has, not just in life, but certainly just in video games, year in, year out, this would be all par for the course. Three, it's kind of shitty that you would sit there and try to use your audience as a shield against your own failure because the game won't basically give you leverage, right? And bring you back to the point that you failed at. I don't understand why you think it would at the end of the day. Like, yeah, you beat the boss battle, and then whatever the second part was, you ended up dying. Yeah, I would assume that you should go back and probably play that first section. It took you 10 minutes. It's probably not designed to be 10 minutes. There's a difference. I would think he would just be accustomed to his own failure at this point. Like, where else is he going to go? What else is he going to do? You know what I mean? I thought it was supposed to... That's the whole point of this whole unedited, long-formatted gameplays, right? That you see the struggles, and then we all are supposed to, in unison, praise him and cheer him once he overcomes. Which very, very rarely ever happens, except for that one flapping, but that's different. You know what I'm saying? He was overcoming on his own. In any case, you know what I mean? Is that not part of the content? Sorry. Is that not part of the content? Is that not part of the story progression, if you will, when you're going through these playthroughs with Dark Side of Phil? Am I giving him too much credit? I probably am. But if you want to even, if you even want to say what I was saying there is actually credit, because it's really not. It's just kind of laziness for the sake of laziness. Oh well.
My God, he rage quit. Are you fucking serious?
Fuck this stupid shit. That's dumb fucking garbage right there. Wasting my time. Maybe waste fucking time to do a boss fight I don't need to do. That's dumb. So where is this final one?
I love gaming. I've definitely matured a lot when it comes to gaming.
I guess I'm probably going to say goodnight, guys. I want to say thanks to those who did chill with me, who watched the conclusion of these two cool games, and thanks to those who did contribute. Contributions were very light tonight, but thank you to those who did. It's a bummer that, for me, it's a bummer because I knew I was damned however I did this. I didn't want to do these as major streams because then I'd have so much dead time during the stream to kill. I figured cram two endings together, but look, right? Now I get, like, no contributions. So, it is what it is, I guess. Alright, you guys have a good night. I'm going to upload both of these conclusions over on DSP Gaming on YouTube. Remember, tomorrow, Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection. I don't know how that's going to go. I couldn't even beat the first level on Thursday. Let's see what happens on Monday. Alright, and then Monday night is my weekly Fall Guys session. That's the goal. This month, if we hit 725 subscribers, that's concurrent, meaning we have that all at once. If we hit that at some point during the month, we will be doing some kind of a special marathon. Alright, what I'm thinking of is over the course of the next 1 to 2 weeks, we will talk about this regularly together on the streams. I will take in your feedback, and what we may do is have a poll of like 3 possible marathons that could take place, and you guys would vote on what marathon you'd like to see. Okay? Now, similarly how we've done in previous sub-goals, if we do hit this sub-goal, and we get to a tier 2 sub-goal, then we'd probably add on other things for that marathon. For example, a special episode of DSP Tries It, which I haven't done now in a while. You see, we could have a DSP Tries It, we could do other stuff, special things, variations to the marathon. Okay? So, that's what I'm thinking, okay, potentially. Let's brainstorm together over the next week or two. Let's think about it, and let's see if we can hit the subscriber goal to begin with, because it's not guaranteed we're going to hit it. And if we hit it, great. Then we can work on tier 2, tier 3 goals, and get other ideas for things we can add into the event. Okay? That's my idea for March. I hope that sounds good to you. I hope that refreshes the streams a bit. I know in February it was kind of not as exciting for various reasons, so hopefully things will pick up a little bit.
So... Okay, so I need you guys to pay me this money so we can get these subs, so we can have a sub goal, right? And then we're going to have tier 2s and tier 3s. I don't know what those tier 2s or tier 3s are, but you guys can pay me additional money to have the privilege of throwing your opinions at me, which more often than not, I'm going to sit there and disregard anyway. But you guys can still pay me, though, just so you can have the privilege, the illusion, if you will, of contributing and whatnot and giving me some feedback on what the tiers are, even though I may never even choose any of those tiers. I may just go ahead and just rip off what I did with the vest streak or the vest celebrations and just do that, which is what this is kind of shaping up to be. The laziest con man ever. You somehow figured out how to make 100,000 plus a year by convincing people of various disabilities and or shortcomings in life, for the lack of a better term, to give you money so they can vicariously live through you, as if that means anything, to be honest. And yet you're too lazy, too stupid to like even come through, at least even halfway, on what these people are asking for. That's insane. Like, that's really, really insane. And even if you cut out the wheelchair symbols, yeah? And you just go with your man babies, or your people who just have, I guess, incredibly low self-esteem, or feel like they have no real self-worth and they have to live through Phil, which essentially they all feel that way, I guess, or whatever the case may be. Like, don't you feel like if you feel like this is how you want to spend your time, then so be it. No one can tell you how to do anything about that. But don't you feel that your money would be, I don't know, better utilized somewhere else? Like maybe on improving you as individuals? You know what I'm saying? Because if you guys were better individuals, then by proxy, you could demand better from Phil because you guys are in a better position to do so. Like if Phil looks down on all these people, right? And which is amazing that he could go ahead and basically rob people who are just as broke as he is on most occasions. But whatever. But he looks down upon you and he believes that these people are beneath him. That's why he can make these demands on them and he can lie to them blatantly day in, day out for all these mysterious situations that may or may not even exist. But if these people understood what their own self-worth was, right? Then they would be in a better position to make the type of demands to get the things that they want. Because at the end of the day, money is the driving force. Phil doesn't have no pride. I understand people like bringing that shit up, but he don't. He don't have no pride. If he doesn't make the money that he makes, or that he needs, actually, he will essentially get on his hands and knees and he will beg until he gets it. Let him keep throwing whatever little sob story he wants. Let him say that Jasper is going to have to get his back claws declawed, and he's going to have to run the streets and shit trying to find his own food because Phil can't feed him. Whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? Let him come up with whatever little excuse comes into his piggy head. But at the end of that, he's going to have to concede and do whatever you guys want. At the end of the day, his addiction, or whatever it is he spends his money on, outweighs everything else, even his financial obligations. Hence the reason why foreclosure and bankruptcy was a thing. I'm sure all of you understand that at this point. Oh well, I'm sure it'll set in eventually. Maybe. It won't. It's wishful thinking that anybody over there is going to eventually come to terms with anything, especially like with this whole mod situation, right? This person right here, if depending on how it plays out, of course, he's not the first person to break ranks and he won't be the last. And more often than not all of them though, but more often than not, most of them go crawling back to him anyway. So does it really, granted, I don't know enough about the situation, so take this as all just hypothetical pignosis, right? Does it really even matter? You know what I'm saying? Does it really even matter? And at best, the most that this person can do is confirm shit that we probably already know and or we've already speculated on. Time will tell.
Okay? Another day on the terrace cheered and said, why can't we get a weekly DSP Tries It? I'll tell you why. Because I used to do that for the longest time. How many years running was DSP Tries It a nearly weekly series? And two things happened. Number one, I got tired of doing it weekly because I didn't want to eat fast food on a weekly basis anymore. I mean, DSP Tries It was primarily fast food. If ever I ventured outside of that and I did a drink or something else, people complained that episode was boring. Get back to the food. So, I don't want to eat fast food every week. I'm getting older. I shouldn't be eating fast food every week. It should be a rarity for me. And so it's not healthy for me to be forcefully eating fast food, a week to do DSP Tries It. That's number one. Number two, the whole series kind of lost its way when YouTube changed everything. What I mean by that is when I started with DSP Tries It, I was looking to diversify my content on YouTube. I didn't want to only do gameplay because I wanted to at least have something else out there in case something went south. What if gameplay on YouTube somehow became illegal? At least I have other running series, right? That's kind of what I was going for. But over the years, it just became more and more feasible to do gameplay, and not really care about the diversified content. In fact, if you take a look at the history of DSP Tries It, alright? When the series started, of course, it was getting tens of thousands of views every single episode, and back then, YouTube ad revenue was outstanding. I could put out an episode of DSP Tries It, spend $10 at a fast food restaurant, alright? Eat the food, record it, put out the video. That video would make me $100. That's no exaggeration.
He's actually lying. It made him more than that. But let's go back to point number one. I don't know exactly what the timeline is, but I feel like right around the time him and Panda got together, and she was starting to come out there and see him more and more frequently, was when DSP Tries It started to slow up. As you know, he was still doing DSP Tries It all the way up till them moving to Washington. And matter of fact, he was doing DSP Tries It up until the day before Catherine even showed up. To move in, I should say. So DSP Tries It were always a thing. I think what it came down to, was one, he ran out of options. He ran out of different places to eat at, because at the end of the day, this idiot wasn't cooking. You know what I'm saying? Because we saw the whole poorly cooking with the Kings and the travesty that shit was. And then the absolute ridiculous reasons why that series didn't continue to go on, because he said he only knew how to make a certain amount of things. Made them all poorly, by the way. And he thought it was disingenuous to get a cookbook and try to learn a recipe out of that cookbook and make that. Even though he could have just made a variety of different sandwiches. You could experiment and actually go a little further than the slop that he was already shoveling in his mouth anyway. Another thing too. Interesting theory that people don't even believe he actually ate all of the food that he actually made. Like most of that stuff he may have thrown away. Honestly, I wouldn't have blamed him because all of it was garbage. But make of that what you will. In any case, that right there is essentially, I think that's really what it came down to. I think he just got too lazy to record it. And he had already exhausted most of his options around him anyway. Keep in mind, he has, 100 plus episodes of DSP Tries It? Maybe even more than that? It was obviously lucrative to keep doing it, but to say that he only made $100 off the videos are ridiculous. This is the same idiot who said he only made $300 off of the, what was it called? Project 7. The Project 7 videos. And those things got hundreds of thousands of views. And he said he only made a couple $100 off that. So, yet again, he's proven himself to be a liar. So, don't ever forget what he is at his core. That's the first thing. The second thing is, when money did start to actually slow up, he just gave it up. Pure and simple. So it really just came out of laziness. He didn't have enough options. He didn't want to review the same things over and over and over again, right? He didn't have enough imagination to maybe just order different things off the menu from some of those mom and pop shops that he went to, or some of those places that weren't widely known commercially. He could have done that, but we're not that smart, you see. He just wanted to hit all of the little spots, your McDonald's, your Burger Kings, your shit like that that's well known. And he could have, this is a really big misstep on his part, he could have really focused on things that were only well known in his area or in his general demographic of the country. He could have opened, he did it a couple of times, right? But he didn't continue to move further with it. He was too safe and too comfortable with your McDonald's, your Burger Kings, your Hardee's and stuff like that he didn't want to branch out and do any of the other stuff because he thought it wouldn't have any commercial appeal. Even though, as it was back then as it is now, people are way more fascinated with what is not available to them than what they see every day. Yet again, you would think that was something he'd understand. Anyway, once the money slowed up on YouTube, He just didn't see a need to do it anymore. That's why the vest streak worked out. And that's why the vest celebration worked out. It was another way of convincing people to give him money to do DSP Trizets again. That's really all it comes down to. Instead of the guaranteed, not guaranteed, instead of the big money from YouTube ad revenue, he can just pull it through subs. He can just pull it through subs and tips. It works out so much better that way. That's why he didn't mind doing the vest celebration every 50. Every time they hit 50, a 50 vest streak milestone, then they would do one. He didn't mind doing it that way because it worked out. And yet again, he's going to still put the video out on YouTube. Is it going to make any money? Probably not, but he's still going to do it. You know what I mean? As a matter of fact, I'm surprised this idiot didn't sit there and try to use Patreon as a reason to prop back up DSP Trizet. Doing it weekly? No. But to say, hey, if you guys hit, I don't know, if you guys hit $750 on Patreon, right, I'll do one DSP Trizet a month. You know what I mean? If you hit two of those, you know what I'm saying? So what we're talking about, 1,500 at that point. If you guys hit 1,500 a month, I'll do 2 DSP Trizets a month. And one of those DSP Trizets, I'll let you guys choose the option as long as it's readily available in my area. He could do that. And that would work. I mean, shit, they give him money for fucking dumb reasons now. Why not do this? And like I said, this idiot spends the majority of his time eating processed food, already ready-made food, frozen food, or they're eating out anyway. He admits that him and Catherine eat out a lot, whether it's on their day off or not. So what's the difference? And he doesn't even eat the whole thing anyway. He didn't really eat the whole thing when he used to do, when he originally did DSP Trizet. He'd take a couple bites, he'd give you some lame-ass opinion, he'd give you some half-ass, in the middle of the road rating, more often than not, and then, you know, a couple of belches and then end of the video. Just say, if you're going to be lazy, at least be smart about how you're going to be lazy.
$100 profit on a DSP Trizet episode for simply plugging or turning on a camera and recording me eating food. Pretty crazy, huh? All right. These days, every time that I do DSP Trizet, it doesn't even, I don't know what he's doing in the other room. It doesn't even make enough money to pay for the meal. And I'm not exaggerating, I mean that. It doesn't even make enough money to pay for the meal. That's how bad YouTube ad revenue has gotten over the years. I'll put out a video, it'll be 5 to 10,000 views, DSP Trizet. It doesn't even pay $10. You know? So,
yeah, I don't remember last time he got 5 to 10,000 views on the DSP Trizet. Not saying he didn't, I just don't remember that. Also, I just thought about this. Because you know how, like, I think actually LSB has done it. I think I think most detractors have probably done it who have Discords, I should say. They'll do like a watch along with them. I think you can actually stream a video, or you can actually play like a movie or whatever through your Discord, if I remember correctly. Don't quote me on that. I don't use Discord, so I couldn't really tell you. I only used it to talk to certain people, and that was it. Anyway, in any case, I think you can. Well, you know how people like do movie nights through Discord, like Josh from Kiwi Farms does it. Like I said, I'm pretty sure LSB has done it. There's a lot of people who do it, not just detractors, but a lot of people who do it, who have just large Discord communities or just actually interact with their Discord communities. Okay, so theoretically, when Phil does like a DSP Trizet for a sub goal, yeah, essentially he could, not to say that they would run through Discord, I was using that as my example, he could essentially have like eat with the king, if you will. Like once they hit the goal for DSP Trizet, right? They agree on what the DSP Trizet is going to be. Sorry about this. It's early and I haven't had my snort buck yet. They could agree on what the DSP Trizet's going to be, and then you know what I'm saying, like people could essentially go ahead and get it themselves, right? And then they could kind of eat along with Phil, and then they could go ahead and talk about it, like through the chat or whatever the case may be, and they can kind of give their opinion and whatnot. It's not anything completely outside the norm. To be honest with you, he could run it the same way he's running it now. He eats half of a burger or a slice or two of pizza or whatever. He looks at the chat, he sees what they say, he highlights their message. He does that for like 5, 6, 7 people or whatever, which he's probably going to make them cheer to do it anyway or tip them, and it looks like it gives the illusion of being more interactive than it really is. and yet again making something that is already somewhat profitable even more profitable by giving people the illusion that they're interacting with it, or they're part of the content, if you will. That's not hard to do. That's really not. And like I say, you can call it eating with the king or some shit, or as the king in the court tries it, or whatever. You know what I mean? And he could make that work. He literally could make that work. That's not difficult. Oh well.
Way. Scheduling, planning, scheduling, doing the video, and there's no point in doing it. I might as well just do more streaming. More gameplay streaming, right?
It's gross. It's for this. It's not.
Indeed, it is for this, but he's contradicting himself, because early on in this broadcast he said that the stream was incredibly slow and he only made $31. So you thought, instead of putting some time into this thing here that people are demanding, and that you could flip or twist or spin in certain ways to get more money out of it, you would rather stream to make less money, essentially. Now, with that being said, let's back this up a little bit. So if he made $31 in tips, he probably still brought in like 10 subs, whether gifted, resubbed, or whatever the case may be, and he made a bunch of bits. So he may have still walked away with like $80 or $90 that night, either which way. He just didn't get his $100 in tips. So I should preference that, because it's a thing. Not to say that I'm here to like cover bases or anything, but I don't know. I guess being diligent every once in a while is not a bad thing.
They love what they're doing. It's not because for the love of the game or because they're true gamers. It's for this. And this is what it's become. It's not about putting out a quality review. It's not about putting out a quality playthrough or quality stream. It's about making this. There's still this back here. And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind. And it's always telling me it's WWE Champions time. I love it. I love it. Is a mobile game addict.
He most certainly is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into our first music break, and then I will see you guys for. I'll see you guys in a few minutes for episode 2. It won't be a few minutes. It shouldn't be that long. Either which way. I'll see you guys in just a second. Maybe. We'll see.
Warning, what you may see right now is going to be absolutely disgusting. Sound good?
Alright, sounds good to me.
One has to keep hoping. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here with the second video that will make up our broadcast, brought to us by Burnell, DSP. First stage finished. Destroyed in Fall Guys. Malicious tweet. Another double vest. And Greedy Pig Roach. Or Greedy Pigar. This was published on March 3rd of 2021. The link will be down in the description. Here we go.
I jumped, it didn't jump, it dropped my input. Fuck this game. It dropped my fucking input at a critical time. I did it and it didn't do anything. Fuck this. A critical fucking time it drops the input. This is ridiculous. You're fighting the game because you're playing on this fucking controller. Drops your fucking input when you need it. Dude, it's so frustrating. By far the hardest thing I've ever played in my life.
All you're getting is salt, 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 salt. It's even now, again, my mouth overpowered with salt flavor.
Checkpoint. Yes. I made it to the checkpoint. Oh.
More than 200 deaths to finally reach the end of the stage. That's insane. Now, keep in mind, the Ghosts and Goblins series is meant to be hard. Like, that's the point. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's why they call them quarter snatchers or quarter eaters or whatever the case may be. It's meant to be challenging. Here's my thing. If you don't have an affinity for these type of games, despite the fact that you have these absolute hypocritical monikers like the King of Retro, why the hell did you even play it? Like, it's obviously clear to tell that he didn't beat this in his youth. And that's fine. Right? But then, and it's also clear that you don't have any true nostalgia to any of this. You sat there and played Street Fighter for the majority of your life and failed at it. Let's call a spade. That's what happened. So why the fuck are we even playing this? Like, you know what I'm saying? The audience that you're trying to appeal to is not within your own audience, to be honest with you. Because they're not relevant. They're all just walking ATMs like you are. But, they're not relevant. They're not important. And you're not going to draw anybody in who knows what the fuck they're doing or the history behind this game because you're not adding anything to it. Like, you're just failing over and over and over again. Essentially, is he making his own "this is how you don't" plays? Like, doing it like this? Because if that's the case, then he's blowing everybody out. But outside of that, what is the purpose behind this? What's the point? Especially at a game that shows that you lack the ability to memorize anything, first off and foremost. Your reactions and reflexes are garbage, right? Like, clearly garbage, right? And you tend to not be able to learn from your own mistakes. So why play these games? I don't even know why he plays Mario games anymore. Outside that he has the illusion, or delusion, I should say, that they're profitable. And they are, just not for him. So why keep doing it? He's better off just playing Dark Souls all day. I think I remember LSB saying that shit. He might as well. And just have a different build each and every playthrough. Couldn't hurt.
Oh my god, that's the first boss. Look at this fucking thing. I think I get to the checkpoint. Ow. Did I kill him? I think I killed him. Oh shit, I killed the first boss. Give me the fucking key right now. I did it. Nice. Woo! Yes! Finally! Finally! I beat the first stage! Yes!
Whoa!
Yes!
265 deaths. God damn. That's a... That's fucking amazing. That's fucking amazing. Now here's the thing. Let me see if I can demonstrate a level of tat here. Okay. If this was Seidella, right, or Rob Warren, or any one of those individuals, I could understand this. If this was Super Blind Man, I could understand this. I could understand this if that was the case. I really could. We have someone who, for all intents and purposes, can conduct himself in a productive manner with little to no hindrances, if you will, on a daily basis. And yet we lack the physical and mental capabilities to do basic shit. Basically. Like, basic shit. Like, we're playing a video game, yeah? You're playing a video game that's supposed to be fun, it's supposed to be recreational. And yet, you failed 265 times on the first stage. On the first fucking stage. And you have the nerve to sit here and celebrate this. Like this is some type of accomplishment, like some type of achievement. And this is going on to the internet. Like, people are going to see this, right? How do you justify any of that? Like, how do you explain, how do you cope? How do you cope with dying 265 times on the first stage? That right there is the equivalent of resets, if you will. That's the number of deaths that he has is the equivalent to resets that speedrunners have. For resets, though, not deaths, just resets, more often than not. And we're talking about through an entire playthrough for some of these speedruns. He had all that for the first stage. Okay, I'm gonna go get my snort box. I'll be back. Oh shit! I gotta get some snort box. I have to.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I am number one! Number one! Number one!
So boring. Jack says do it. Do what? Banana. I'm on banana. I'm on banana. I wasn't on banana. I thought I was. I might have been, and they pushed me off. I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, I'm such a stupid idiot. Well, I got a tip, but sadly it's unverified. It's from someone who goes by the name of Will, son of Aragorn. Yeah, sadly, I hate to tell you, Will, son of Aragorn, I appreciate this, but unless you're in the stream chat and you're a long-time viewer or supporter and you can confirm, I don't accept unverified tips. I can't. It's too much of a liability for me.
Wait, but in the last broadcast, though, or not in the last broadcast, just in the last video of this broadcast, we saw him accept an unverified tip because he recognized the person and they were a long-time contributor before he was asking for verifications and verified accounts. Fuck out of here.
Send me unverified tips and then charge back. So, good evening, Yuseo Fifth Form. How are you tonight?
I mean, granted, you can send him a verified tip and still charge it back. And you probably have a better chance of winning. So who gives a shit? But whatever.
Appreciate it, but unless you can say something in the chat, confirm that you're here and it's legit, and I see that you're someone who's a regular, then maybe I'll accept it, but outside of that, I'm going to have to refund it. Wow, Wilson of Aragorn is here. He is a sub. He says, how do you verify? Well, from my knowledge, the 100% confirmed way you can verify your account is you link a bank account to it, and when you send a tip, you use your bank account to send it. Then it actually confirms your bank account's real and works, and it says verified on your bank or on your account. I don't know if there's another way to do it. I mean, there very well may be, but people have told me that's the way that they've done it, and that's confirmed to work. The reason I need to have that is because sadly, too many people with unverified tips.
So you're asking people to verify their accounts. We know that he gets your information, or at least some degree of information from you verifying your account, but he doesn't know how you should verify your account, or if there are multiple ways of doing it. So how the fuck are you going to ask people to essentially to submit information, right, to a company, and you don't know or understand the process? You just understand how you think it's going to protect you, but you don't actually understand what they have to actually give up to make that happen. How is that fair or even being responsible? And yet again, this whole point, the whole thing is to protect him. But let's go a little further than that. When Phil talks about all these chargebacks, right, and one of these rare occasions when someone's really trying to fight it back and they need to go to Phil to get verification, Phil has told us on at least 2 separate occasions, Phil, you are really lucky I don't have any Mr. Black's black liqueur right now, or a coffee liqueur. You be in some trouble. God damn. You're very lucky, sir. Very lucky. He had, on 2 separate occasions, he said that PayPal came to him and were like, hey, we have this person who's disputing tips and so on and so forth. We need you to provide us with information. And you did, and he said, I gave up the information that I had on that person to PayPal to continue the investigation, if you will, or the dispute, and they eventually sided with him. But Phil tells you that he doesn't have any of your information. And if that's true, what he has is the exact same thing PayPal has. So why would PayPal need to go to him to get information on someone who has been contributing to him and now trying to charge it back? What information could Phil Burnell have that that PayPal would need that they wouldn't already have access to? All right.
Over the fall, who essentially screwed me out of thousands upon thousands of dollars, not only the tips that came back for the chargeback, but there were fees and all kinds of penalties involved because of the fraud. So I can't have that happen anymore, and I do not accept the unverified tips.
過酷な運命を背負って極道の抗争に巻き込まれていた。
It's very frustrating. Look at that, what happened there? It doesn't even hit me. It doesn't hit me and I flip.
Sorry, real quick, I don't see it here, so I'm assuming it didn't happen. Did he end up refunding that guy back so that guy could then get his account verified and then retip? Did that happen? Because I don't see him leaning over and giving the guy his money back. Or is that something we do behind the scenes now? We don't do that on stream, which only makes us seem like even more of a hypocrite than we already know he is. Okay, I was just wondering. I was curious.
Oh no, you gotta be kidding me, the swinging pendulum hit me. What happened there? Nothing touched me. Well, I'm not gonna qualify. Nope. The swinging pendulum was right on top of the bounce pad and prevented me from qualifying. Holy crap, dude.
I'm just overall pretty good at all kinds of different games. You want to know the truth? I'm probably one of the best overall gamers in the country.
So anyway, Wilson of Aragon, I see that you are a current sub, and you have cheered before. I think I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to accept your tip for tonight, because I have no tips otherwise. It is a risk for me, but I think I'll do it. But if you could please...
What a lame-ass hypocrite. But then again, it goes right back to what I told you guys earlier on. If he does not have... If the money isn't flowing, he will literally concede. This man has no pride. He has no honor. He doesn't even believe in the very shit that comes out of his snout. So why should anybody else? Look at him. On his hands and knees, being like, well, you know, you've been around for a long time and, you know, money's already coming slow, so I'll take your $20, you know, tide, you know what I'm saying, your contribution because no one else is tipping. That's how desperate we are. Why? So he can have some fucking sweaty JPEG in his face? Jesus Christ.
Your account, so that way...
Which is ironic, too, because I thought he said he wanted to spend more time with his family. But we can't... But our family isn't worth... Oh, sorry. The time and the love of our family doesn't outweigh our addiction? Or some sweaty virtual bullshit that means nothing and has no inherited value whatsoever? Unless he sells his account, and I don't even think that's even worthwhile, because if he's not updating his account, I'd say weekly, but it may very well be daily, all of his cards are essentially useless, at least after a certain amount of time. And with the different levels and variations that come out, that's why he has to keep up with it. Ugh, whatever.
Do this, I would appreciate that, okay? Alright, so we currently have $20 in total tips, thanks to Wilson of Aragon. Thank you for getting us a fifth of the way to the tips goal for tonight. I appreciate that.
Nice. Oh, look at this. Oh, man, this is tricky. Oh, shit. This is tricky. Oh, wow. This is way harder with the mallets. You gotta be very careful when you step it. I made it. I was gonna make it help me. Wow, that guy completely trolled me. Seriously? That's bullshit. He held me back. I couldn't do it. Wow. There's a lot of trolling now. There's seriously a ton of trolling in this game every time I play now.
Oh my god, close. Yo, this is the same guy. So there's someone who is somehow trolling me, and I don't know how, but they're getting in every match as me, and I don't know how that's possible. How is someone getting into every single Fall Guys match as me? This has not happened the entire time I've played Fall Guys. How is this guy pulling this off? I have no idea. How could they pull that off? You know, they're not joining a party. I don't have a party or anything open. Right? Yeah, I understand people are saying stream snipe, but how could they stream snipe me? If I have my party set to completely private, how could they be adding in the same server as me every game, right? That doesn't seem to make sense.
Basically, here's a whiny baby.
Oh, that's the end down there.
think that was a good idea? And he does that a lot. But why the fuck did you think that was a good idea? He should have moved himself to the opposite side if he could. But you sitting there trying to cherry pick and jump back and forth on shit. Eventually he was going to pigeonhole himself because he was running out of space. And Phil can't jump for shit. So he always does this shit. It's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb.
Are you kidding me? I narrowly missed it.
Alright guys, so here's the thing. How the hell are these guys trolling me? Friends, it can't be this. Is there a new options set up somewhere that somehow these guys are matching?
Okay, so apparently Fall Guys has become the new 30th anniversary collection. Like, who gives a shit? They're not talking to you, or at least as far as we know, you can't hear them. So just play the fucking game and that's it. Like, are we so paranoid that every lobby we go into, he's taking a quick scan to try to memorize people's names, and if they show up in his lobby, I don't know, more than 3 or 4 times, automatically they must be stream sniping and they're stalkers? Maybe there's not a lot of people playing the game, which is something that he said about Fall Guys all the time. It's just a gimmick game to bring kiddies in and shit, just like Fortnite, right? And it's losing its luster, right? That's why everybody was playing Among Us. Maybe there's just not a lot of people playing, so there's a lot of available space in the servers. Or in the lobbies, I should say. Wow. Scared to play video games. Literally scared to play video games. 40, or he's almost 40. Almost a 40-year-old man scared to play with other people. Terrified. Terrified. He has his safe space and his little gated community and his little center column condominium or townhouse or whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? Too scared to even interact with people in a virtual world that he's not even talking to. He's not even really interacting with them. They just exist on the same plane. And yet we still have to find other ways to bitch and complain. And still have to figure out other ways to further isolate ourselves from everybody else. But yet this bitch want to sit there and chase clout on Twitter. That makes a whole lot of sense. It really don't, but let's just go with it for now.
So you can, I see, you can pick different servers, but I don't get this. Again, I don't get how are they joining like that. That's just so weird. That's twice they're getting into the game like that. I don't understand that. There doesn't appear to be any way you can change anything, right? Link your Amazon account. No, I will not do that. Support. I'm gonna send them some, support Tekken and see if they'll fucking fix that for me. Nah. It seems like there's nothing you can do. It seems like they found a way to stream snipe and there's no control over it.
Woo! 5. Wow. Damn, this is crazy. It's gonna go on forever. Oh, it's bad! Oh!
That's hilarious. That's hilarious because, here, let me bring it back. Because this guy was in a worse predicament than he was, and he still got away. Here, let me show you.
Damn, this is crazy. It's gonna go on forever.
He jumps over. Okay. Yeah, the guy here that's behind the wall just slides over. And
Oh, it's bad! Oh!
That's hilarious. That is absolutely hilarious. Because Phil wasn't paying any attention to that guy. Well, he was paying attention to that guy in the corner, I bet you, or at the top of the screen for him. But he was probably more worried that the guy was going to charge him and try to pin him down to push him off. And instead let himself go further and further down the stage, and then he eventually falls off. The other guy just slides away. So the guy used basically Phil's fear against him. That's hilarious. That's so hilarious.
Dude!
This is so... Okay, Wilson of Aragorn, you're still here, right? Did you just send me a very large tip, but did you do it via a different way? Because it shows as a verified tip, but it shows as being on hold until March 5th, and I have never seen a tip on PayPal say that it was on hold like that, ever. Not once ever have I seen that, and I've been using PayPal for years. So I am completely confused as to why it processed like that. The other thing is, your tip isn't even showing in my queue. Your tip is not showing here in my Stream Elements queue, meaning did you send me a tip outside of Stream Elements? He says he sent it the exact same way. According to this, no. Because it's a very large tip, right? Yeah, it says that he sent me a very large tip.
Why don't you tell us what the amount was? You see how Phil's skirting past that part. He's just saying a very large tip. Well, tell us what the amount is. Maybe the guy needs some verification because he clearly can't see what you see. And why would it pop up on your queue if the damn thing's on hold? Dun dun dun.
See, I've never seen one look like this before. Maybe the bank did step in. Mirai Masaki might actually have a point here. It might be that has something to do with his bank. Yeah. Alright. Allow me to give you guys... Hold on, this is so loud. I just want to stop the music. It's so fucking loud, I can't even think to myself. I think what happened here, Will Son of Aragorn, is that because this is a large tip, somehow your bank put a hold on it, because it's not showing on Stream Elements, but it is showing in my PayPal as on hold. And I've never, ever seen that before. I don't even have the ability to refund it. Like, if I didn't want to accept this, I have no ability to actually refund it, because it says it actually won't even clear for like 4 days. I've never seen that before.
Oh my god, he's drinking piss.
So anyway, Will Son of Aragorn, thank you. Technically, I didn't receive this tip yet. If this is real, which it seems like it is, thank you. I guess in 3 more days, on the 4th, we can come back, and if you want to remind me, I can check and see if this hits my PayPal account and if it's good or not.
What do you mean if he wants to remind you? First things first, how are you going to thank someone for something you don't have? 2, what do you mean, we'll check back in a couple of days and if you remind me? You check your PayPal every fucking day. So when you see that big tip come around, right, I think you're going to have an idea of who it's from. Or it goes back to what people have already been saying, that all of you guys are just faceless fucking individuals. And if he doesn't shout you guys out right away, he doesn't give a shit where the money comes from. He doesn't even remember where the money comes from. Unless, like I said, you're a long-time tipper. Other than that, doesn't give 2 fucks, which is kind of what he's confirming right here. Like, how the fuck are you going to thank somebody for something that you don't have? Like, you clearly don't have it. And more importantly, if the bank is like, yeah, no, and they just go ahead and and they don't even release the guy's funds, right, to Phil, then there's nothing to thank him for. At all. Wow. And then, more importantly, this is the real kicker. If, by whatever reason, this person, let's say he's a troll. He may not be, but let's say he's a troll. And he has discovered a way of sending tips and having them delayed for a set amount of days. He's just set a trend. And it's a trend that you're giving attention to. And look at how fucking frantic and paranoid Phil looks. Just imagine having multiple people doing this to him. So let's say during one of the Street Fighter streams, for example, let's say a Divinity Original Sin, if he's still playing it, whatever the case may be, you can literally get him to derail his own stream for money that allegedly won't show up for a few days that he's not going to get anyway. More often than not, if you choose to, depending on how you do it. He's fucking himself over. He didn't even need to bring up the fact that the tip was on hold. He just should have acted like he didn't get it. Make the dude tip again and say, hey, Phil, did you see my previous tip? And then be like, and then just send him a whisper or some shit. But don't draw attention to it like this. You're just giving the trolls, possibly, a whole new way of trolling you. You would think for someone who's the eternal victim... never mind. I just answered my own question. Sorry about that.
For now, it's actually on hold. Okay? Just so you know, it didn't go through. It shows as a pending on hold transaction. Never seen that before in all the time I've been doing this tipping stuff. Okay? Alright. But thank you if that is legit, and I really do appreciate that, and hopefully it does go through later in the week. We can check on it together, I guess. Okay? Jackalese tipped me a very, very generous $100 tip tonight.
Whoa! Whoa, there's a whale! A giant whale! That's cool, there's a giant whale.
Get your hands on the balls. Don't you guys know how to try to handle these balls? Come on! Get over there and push some balls! How do we have no balls? None, no balls. There, I launched one over. Wow, these guys don't know how to handle their balls. I've had enough. These guys suck. Anyway, Beastbot is resubscribed for tier 2 for 13 months in a row.
He says, you had me scared with your tweet earlier. Glad everything's going good now. Yeah, the tweet was in regards to Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection. It wasn't a generalized tweet that meant in general things were going bad. I did a tweet while we were playing Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection. I played for over 2 hours and still didn't beat me stage 1. That was 5 hours into it.
3 hours on legendary difficulty, which if that's like, why are you playing on such a high difficulty anyway when you literally have the brain capacity of a potato? That doesn't make any sense, but semantics. On top of that, has anybody really come to this conclusion that Phil has reached out? He's reaching out, I should say. He's reaching out to Twitter, or through Twitter, more and more often, because essentially he doesn't trust anybody in his chat, he doesn't talk to the people in his house, and he has no one else in his IRL personal life to really speak to. So Twitter essentially has become the last bastion. It's his only real outlet. He has nothing else. Has anybody else like picked up that vibe, or is anybody else seeing that trend as well? Because he only spends time doing certain things, right, in certain places, if he's trying to fulfill a need. And Twitter, at least for this year and most of last year, to be honest, actually I'd say really since that Pro Jared situation, has been his medium to try to reach out to people, even though he's not trying to have a conversation, he's just trying to be praised. But does anybody see that, though? That he's becoming more and more desperate to get some type of interaction from people, not even necessarily that he trusts, but just to anybody who would be willing to talk to him back. Because he doesn't trust anybody in the chat. You know, he probably don't even trust the mods. I don't see why he would, but he doesn't trust the mods, more than likely. And he doesn't talk to, he clearly doesn't talk to Catherine. Clearly that relationship is as one-sided and as loveless as I could only imagine. You know what I mean? It's a marriage of convenience. It's an arrangement. That's all it ever was. That's all it ever will be. And in the 2 years that they've been married, that's all it's ever come. That's all that's ever come to pass, or almost 2 years. Sorry. Actually, it's 2 years in April, right? Yeah, because she showed up. She showed up February of 2018. They got married in April of 2019. Yeah, so they're coming up on their 2-year anniversary soon. Like 4 days after his birthday, because Darkside Phil's birthday is on the 6th of April, and they got married on the 10th. So yeah, his 2nd-year anniversary is coming up. I have ideas. Anyway, in any case, so that's a thing. I don't know, I'll just throw it out there. I'm just curious.
I haven't beaten stage 1 yet, so I tweeted out, things are not going so well right now. And people freaked out and thought that it was like a generalized tweet, meaning that like everything in my life was fucked up. I was like, no. I'm talking about the game. The game, relax, the game. That's what I'm talking about. People getting crazy.
There's a hype train going on. We're at level 3 of a hype train right now. This is crazy amount of support tonight. Thank you all so much.
Oh my god, Wilson of Aragorn just dropped another 10 sub bomb on the channel, everyone. Thank you guys so much for all the support tonight. This is crazy. By the end of the night, I'm going to be wearing 14 vests. We're going to be at 1,000 subs. And someone's going to send me a new laptop. At this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if a fucking elephant gets shipped to my house or some shit.
That's awesome stuff. I can't wait. I'm having so much fun now. Really, seriously, and I cannot wait for more. This is cool because I'm getting that positive vibe that I had for most of 2017. I'm getting it back now. But now I'm getting that groove back, getting that vibe back. I'm ready for fun stuff. I hope you guys are ready too.
Subscribe for 3 months.
It's all short-term thinking. And like I said, that's what happens when you live day by day, which is clearly what he does. He's admitted it. He doesn't have any long-term plans. That's why this idiot allegedly lied to his mother and said that he did have a plan of getting a job in like the next 5 or 10 years, and clearly he's not going to do it. And in actuality, which goes back to what I said right around that same time we found out about this, he's just waiting for his parents to die out. I know that sounds extremely harsh, because it is harsh, But that's really what he's doing. And the bankruptcy just gives him even more of a cushioning. To be honest. That doesn't mean that he's not on the phone pig squealing to his parents every fucking Sunday, talking about how his life is so bad and he needs more money, and certainly they're giving it to him. But because he's been granted the bankruptcy, it gives him even more wiggle room. Yeah, he doesn't have any credit anymore. He doesn't deserve credit anyway. Certainly doesn't deserve good credit. But it gives him it bide him more time. And right now, time is the ultimate monkey. So all he's doing is waiting for them to basically kick out. Or punch out, I should say. That's it. Because that theoretically clears all the problems. Even if the shit with the foreclosure in Connecticut, even if that doesn't fall into his favor and he owes him the money, he can literally use the money from his parents' estate to clear that up. And still walk away with still money in pocket. I mean, outside of what Melissa's going to get, because clearly they adopted her. So clearly she has stake in that as well. Anyway, just something to think about.
Snakefish Gaming, resubscribe. For how many months here? Holy shit. What the fuck? Snakefish Gaming resubscribed for 23 months. And then Oregano 101 did a 95 a cheer and said the following. It's not much, but I figure I could give you this little last bit tonight. How have you managed to stay positive over the years? It's something I'll always admire. Not many people have to endure the bullshit that you do. Oh! Well, you know, what it is I try to avoid taking bananas to the face. I'm not going to qualify. There's no way. There's more than 8 people ahead of me. There's no way I can qualify here. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh, I was 1 away. I was 1 away from qualifying.
NDO 103 took me $65, and we have now doubled the tips goal for tonight, guys.
Look, he's waving. Hello. Hello. Hello, troll. Oh my god, he's drinking toxic toilet juice.
Oh my god, so I gotta concentrate, but ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your support tonight. If we raise $300...
The troll waving back and forth was definitely funny. But he's drinking toxic toilet juice is great. Thank you, Burnell. Thank you. It's just beautiful.
tonight, I'll put on the cowboy hat. Yeehaw! I'll look like an asshole. Like I don't already look like an asshole with 2 different colors of vest on. Yeehaw! Grade A moron. Dude, Secret of Gaming made it to the finals with me. What the hell? The troll is in the fucking finals. No one's eliminated. What the fuck? No one got eliminated. Oh shit. That was bad. 1 person got eliminated now. Oh no! Oh no!
And one of the older content creators when it comes to gaming. Alright. Camo vest on one shoulder. Red vest on the other.
Oh man, there's a rollout. If I said rollout, right? Then this would have been rollout. So this is the same guy again. Only one of them made it though? Yeah, I don't think the other guy made it. The other, oh shit!
You know, not that I need to be giving this guy ideas, but fuck it, I'm in a generous mood right now. Why don't we have, or he has, I should say, why doesn't he have a triple vest goal? Hear me out. So 1 vest gets put on. Well, he can still do the double vest thing as he's been doing, the single vest, the double, and the triple. But essentially, 1 vest goes on flush like it's supposed to, and then the other 2, one on over each arm, like he's doing now anyway for the double vest goal. He could literally call that the triple threat, if you will. I'm just curious. I'm just surprised that right there hasn't radiated yet. That's not a thing. Keep in mind the double vest goal is barely a thing, but you know, he's in full clown mode that night. Apparently he had a great time, and the vibes were the positive vibes are flowing, or whatever bullshit you want to make of that. So I'm just surprised that a triple vest hasn't emerged yet out of the Galtopian abyss. Maybe it will sooner than later, but just contributing to the cause, I suppose.
I wasn't careful enough.
Can I put on the glasses? Yes, I guess so. I didn't put on the gunner glasses because we basically skipped that whole tier. We went right to tier 1 and then tier 2, so we didn't really have that going on. By the way, guys, I'm measly $96 away from the cowboy hat. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, there's no overtime tonight, guys. No overtime tonight. Got a lot of planning to do with my wife. We have to plan our day out tomorrow. in particular now, her new work schedule. She just got it today. And we got to sit down and look at it, and we got to determine what meals we can and can't do now because she has a new work schedule. So we got a lot to work on. Okay, so I cannot.
Wait. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not sorry. Fuck it. I already said it. You know what I'm saying? She has the fucking thought capacity of or does she have the thought capacity of a potato? He certainly does. Because he's devolved since he's been with her. But, like, we have a grown woman who needs to sit down with her husband and think about what the schedule is going to be, despite the fact that he works from home. So basically, honey, okay, let me see what days you're working. Okay, bitch, you need to cook this day, and this day, and I need Din Din to be on the table by 7, right? Oh, you can't do it that day? All right, well, then I guess I have to do turkey burgers or Hungry Man or whatever the slop he's eating or he's ingesting these days. Doesn't he have, like, pasta sauce in the freezer and shit? Can't he cook his own stuff? Matter of fact, couldn't she prep the food and then all he has to do is sit there and cook it? Right? And then put the leftovers in the microwave or cover it up and whatnot or put it in the refrigerator and she can have that later? And then he can stick her with the dishes too because, just in case you guys don't remember, let me give you guys a little bit of lore. When Panda left his bitch ass, this motherfucker had the nerve to say, I can't make extravagant meals for myself because I only have a 3-hour break in between the first stream and the second stream, and there's no possible way I can make anything healthy and delicious and filling in 3 hours. I want you to let that sink in. In 3 hours, this guy couldn't prep shit for himself. He couldn't make anything for himself, and he couldn't clean up in that amount of time. Now, keep in mind also, this idiot was staying up till like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, drunk, right? And showing up to the streams late anyway. So there was no possible way for us to make meals for ourselves or anything. Matter of fact, it was because of all of that nonsense is the reason why the War Dog leader situation even became a thing. So now we got to sit down with it's almost like he's relegating her back to panda status, back to that father-daughter bullshit. It's kind of like that. It's kind of creepy. It's kind of creepy. Yeah, I got to look at my wife's schedule so she can figure out what days she can cook. This woman has no... What about days that you guys can spend... You guys would spend, your days off with each other, I should say. The days to run errands. What about any of that? No. I need this day... I need to look at her schedule so this bitch knows when she can cook and when she can't. It's a terrible arrangement. Fucking A. Roommates don't have relationships this toxic.
Be going late tonight at all right? Sorry.
Oh, I need more money. I need more money. Yo, I do need more. Slip of the tongue, Freudian slip. I do need more money.
Oh, there you go. This is my buddy JK Wong is congratulating me again. Yes, JK Wong. I told you guys about him last week. This guy is such a sour grapes troll. This guy's been trolling me for the greater part of a decade. Back when I used to be exclusively on YouTube and a YouTuber, this guy would sit there and say nasty things about me, my family, and my quality of my videos in every video. I'm not kidding. Every video you'd find JK Wong in the comments shitting on me. Now, because I'm a live streamer, he can't be in the chat anymore, so he just sits here and he trolls people who contribute. He literally will message every person who contributes and troll them. So, everyone, give a nice shout out and wave to JK Wong, the world's biggest loser. Congratulations on still being a loser a decade later. We all laugh at you every night. Haha, you stupid fucking waste of life. Alright, very nice.
Hello, Kettle. Me black. Oh shit, you were a failure a decade ago. A decade ago. Look at you now. But you got a nerve to call someone else that. That's amazing. That's amazing. And look at you. If this was a decade ago, and let's say J.K. Wong said, yeah, you know what, Phil? You're such a fuck up. You're such a sellout. You're such a bitch that you're going to be wearing 2 different types of vests and fucking lame-ass gunner glasses or whatever that shit is in a decade just so you can make $200 in a night. Phil would have sent his ass to Band World with hearty, very hearty, gloating snorts afterwards as he falls into the abyss of the piggy void. Abso-fucking-lutely. But look at how you turned out. Wow. Well, you see what pigs can do.
Oh my god, he's drinking Hulk Hogan's dick.
There it is. Round 5. Let me get to round 5. Oh, he got clobbered right there. Okay, this is no longer... It's a different one. It's the pretzel sticks or whatever these are. Oh, no! No, I take it up! I take it up! Oh!
Any moment, I can pick up a controller, and I can play any game at professional level.
Well, son of Aragorn cheered again. He says, that's what JK Wong is. He messaged me, and he's done so in the past. What a loser. Yeah, he literally does that to every contributor. Every contributor here he sends harassing messages to. He's the world's biggest loser. Think about sitting on a streamer's stream just to harass every person who supports the streamer. And think about doing that for 10 years of your life. Holy loser. Yes, Derek, even before Twitch, I told you, this guy, when I was a full-time YouTuber, that guy was on every video on YouTube commenting negatively. Everyone.
Yeah, I will say this. Derek's porn addiction is fucking incredible. Incredible. He knows, first off, not only does he talk to some of these porn stars, male and female, and he's kind of on a first-name basis with some of them, which is something. But he knows when they're doing a scene that they've never done before, he knows about that. He knows where it's going to be shot. He's essentially the head of most of these people's fan clubs. He's not really, but like if there was like an unofficial fan club, he theoretically would be the head of it. That shit is a lot of time to be dedicating to anything. And he does it publicly. He publicly interacts with these people. You can see that shit on his timeline. That shit's insane. That shit's insane. Somebody need to tell him to be careful, man. You can get rigor mortis of the fucking forearm, wrist, shoulder. Keeps going the way he going. But it's entertaining, and he seems to be very much with it. He doesn't have any shame. So, I mean, all those years of watching Phil, I assume that would have that same effect on a lot of people not having any shame. But still, he's very unapologetic about it. So, it is what it is. Even though I feel like with some of his interactions, they're kind of freaked out a little bit because he knows so much and he's kind of like so casual coming off the top with it. But, I mean, to each their own, I suppose. It does kind of have the earmarks of a serial killer, though. He needs to be careful. I feel like the first woman who's going to turn him down is going to... Or the first guy, maybe. I don't know. That might be... Derek might be... might make it on the FBI's most wanted list. We'll see. Someone talk to Ann Lee. Let him know. Like, hey, you might want to watch out for Derek because he's slipping down... He's really weighing out there into the deeper end of the abyss. And he might not come back the way he's going. But we'll see.
This video sucks, he's a terrible gamer, this personal insult, that personal insult. It's like he's the nastiest person. The nastiest person. So fuck him. Let's stop talking about him, he's a loser.
Yep, I'm toxic.
Look out, man, you see the penguin? No, the penguin won't move. The penguin won't move. He's trolling everyone and taking up the lane. Oh my god, you fucking idiot. Wow. Do it again. I'm dead. That penguin, he trolled everyone. He trolled me. He trolled everyone else by blocking the whole way. Here it comes. Here he is again. He trolled me again. No, he died, then I died. So that had to be a troll. It's probably a stream sniper. Which is weird because he didn't try to snipe me up until that last point there. Yeah, nothing you can do. I did my best.
Good lord. Learn how to play a game, dude. Put some effort into it.
Yeah, this kind of sucks. You know what this is saying, guys, is sadly we might not be able to play this much longer.
Wow.
Realize now?
Sound like a scared little bitch. He's starting to sound a lot like XQC, who's always bitching and complaining about stream snipers too, which that shit's starting to get sad. In any case, though, if Fall Guys doesn't have it yet, hopefully they do. They need to have like a panda skin and whatnot, and I'd love to see a bunch of those troll him on one of those Fall Guys streams if he doesn't end up wage quitting it or just leaving it out of general paranoia, whichever comes first. It's a shame. It's a kid's game, man. It's supposed to be fun. They give you... You're given the ability to essentially troll others in a party game / semi, competitive game, if you will. It's not that big of a deal. You're going to fail on your own either which way. So what's the problem? And even with all the money that he's making, ladies and gentlemen, and all the positive vibes and all that bullshit, he still has to figure out a way to insert some negativity into all of it. But I thought assholes like me were the problem, though. I don't understand. I'm so confused.
That they could just jump on and join every match because so few people are playing this game. That's not good, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's bad. That means that they're going to be able to interrupt every match. So, this may be nearing the end of when I can even play this at this point.
Oh my god, he's drinking gin.
They do it to everyone that streams? Like, there's trolls known to do this, huh? Oh, man.
This sucks. They're trolling us. Yeah, look. We can't get it. Yeah, we're done. The yellow screwed us. The yellow figured out how to troll well. And they're in front of it and we can't push it past them now. See? There's 3 yellow guys stopping us from scoring. Yeah, we lost just because of that. That sucks.
What I'm gonna say is it sucks though. We got people who've kind of figured out how to game the system and troll me. It does. It sucks because this was something that I was enjoying doing every week for about a month now. It's a good variety for my streams. But if you're gonna have more and more people now see this and come to the stream just to troll, it's just gonna make the experience worse and worse. You know what I mean? It's gonna end up being every week worse. So I don't know if we, maybe it's up to you guys if next week you want to see me do this again, or we think maybe that's it. We should just get it out of the rotation. I don't know. I really leave it to you guys to figure it out, okay? But let's see over the week. I'll keep asking you guys if you want to see me do this again or not.
There's still
That's
this
some pretty
back
shitty
here.
manipulation, because yet again, he got all the money that he wanted, well, except for the stupid cowboy hat, but it doesn't matter because he's never washed the damn thing as long as he's owned it, so... I mean, I guess, does anybody really give a shit about that? And wasn't Jasper using that shit as like a scratching post or some shit for a while? So, I mean, at least with his back claws anyway. Sorry, Jasper. It is what it is. So does that even matter? But he's not man enough to sit there and say, I'm quitting this, I'm not going to play this anymore because of the trolling, because the money was so good. So essentially he's like, hey guys, I'm thinking about giving this up, but I'll leave it up to you guys. As long as you guys keep contributing, it'll be all great. It'll be all gravy, but I'm going to keep bitching and complaining that I'm not succeeding. As if he had such a great win-loss ratio with that game anyway. Amazing. Definitely disingenuous, but amazing nonetheless.
And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me it's WWE Champions time. I love it. I love it. He's a mobile game addict.
You most certainly are. With the slack jaw, gouty mouth. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into the third video of our broadcast after a small music break, because that's the thing. See you guys in just a second. Let's see. What's the next video? What's the next one on the lineup? Oh, you guys will like this one. Maybe. We'll see.
Warning. What you may see right now is going to be absolutely disgusting. Sound good?
Alright, sounds good to me.
One can only
My
hope,
wife.
but maybe not for you. Because apparently you've been causing trouble, Catherine. And not in the way that people like. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here with the third video that will make up our broadcast. Brought to us by Burnell, DSP. Let's see here. Changes in the day off because of the Soulmaid. Chargebacks continue. Imagine that. Imagine taking all these safeguards and getting all these people's information, and yet chargebacks still happen. It's almost like you verifying your account don't mean jack shit. But that's what happens when you cross a pig with a potato. And no more stupid names on tips, which... that's a throwback to like 2018, I think. Anyway, this was published on March 5th of 2021. The link will be down in the description. Let's see what kind of trouble Catherine's causing today.
Cat has flipped her shifts. Finally, she's now going to have a schedule where she gets to work mornings, which is what she's always wanted to do. Here's the thing. This is going to shift stuff around a little bit for us personally behind the scenes with our life. Will it necessarily affect the streaming hours that I'm streaming? No. Actually, likely no. And what we're going to do is we're going to attempt to keep my streams the same times that they've always been. But...
Wait, it shouldn't affect your streaming times either which way because you don't drive. I mean, sorry. He don't, but you don't drive Catherine to work. Like, she can drive on her own. And, if speculation is still a thing, even though we've seen his insurance information, she has her own car. On top of that, the fact that she's working mornings means, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? She can do grocery shopping whenever she feels like. She can literally get off work and go ahead and do the shopping, which means we don't need him. Not that we needed him anyway, and there was also even more speculation that on their days off when they had to go, air quote, shopping, he wasn't even there. He was staying at home. So, if nothing else, her going to mornings is probably more of his demand than hers, but it essentially opens up or alleviates him of any type of responsibilities. Because any of the errands that needed to be ran in town, so to speak, she can now take care of all that once she gets off work. She gets off early, I would assume. She'll get off early enough to where she can handle all of that. But on top of that, though, ladies and gentlemen, which a lot of that was bullshit anyway, where, we have to run out, pay bills, and so on and so forth. He admits that he pays bills online, and he's been doing that since, like, 2016, 2017. Probably before that. Oh, well. Sorry. I'm cutting the bacon up a little too early. Let's hear him out first.
Because my wife is going to be working days, this is going to shift around the way this stuff works. First of all, immediate changes starting Friday. She's going to, be at work during the daytime. That means that my office, studio, whatever you want to call it here, will be opened, with the door open during the daytime, and that means that Jasper Kitty, my pet cat, will be able to join us during the daytime streams if he so chooses. Now, he actually did this during Monday, and it was an interesting change to say the least. At first, he was misbehaving a bit, but once I got one of his toys in here, it's actually a twisty, it's on the floor right here, a little twisty thing, he really enjoyed playing with it, and he was a good cat, and actually was a nice positive addition to the streams. So, he will be, honestly, Jasper will be around way more often, as long as he behaves.
Okay, am I missing something? Is there like a kitty cam or something like that? Like kind of like what LSB has for Rocky, or for what Tevin has for the hamsters, and sometimes Iguana Dude does, or Lizard Dude. Does he have any of those things set up, Phil? If he don't, then it doesn't really matter. Jasper is not a positive situation at all, unless he's trying to push the TV over or he's chewing on some wires or some shit. Outside of that, this means nothing whatsoever. This has no value to anything, except for he has someone that he can kind of, sorry, I'm talking as if Jasper's a kid. He has something that he can kind of interact with, if you will, which only shows how desperate he is for any type of attention, real attention, I should say. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like something in the same room or in the same house that can actually go back and forth with him. Which is ironic because, theoretically, he could, if Catherine is working days, then maybe she can pop up on one of the night streams every once in a while. And maybe they have like a small session with that. Maybe they go back and forth, kind of like what should have been done for Halloween of 2018, but Phil was too stupid to do that, and then everything fell apart. And then it's Tevin's fault, allegedly. So this does open up a bunch of opportunities, but nothing that's going to benefit him, or at least nothing that's going to benefit him in the long term. And like I said, you barely see Jasper climb up on there anyway. Barely. He doesn't have the surface area to really do it. More importantly, as it pertains to Jasper's bad behavior, why doesn't he have at least a couple of Jasper's toys laying around at any given time, whether during the day or at night? It doesn't matter. The whole room is disgusting anyway. He barely cleans it. Catherine barely was home, allegedly, so she didn't have time to clean it. So then what? Which is ironic, too, how the studio, the office, whatever the fuck you want to call it, is always so messy, but you said that you and Catherine are running errands and cleaning up the house and doing that every single day. Matter of fact, what happened to that initiative that, I'm sanitizing and disinfecting the office weekly now? Whatever happened to that initiative? Oh, because he doesn't have his gouty earaches anymore, we don't have to worry about that? Okay.
Jasper, what are you doing? You scratched me, man. Jasper, come on. You hurt me. Ow.
This coming week, coming up, next week, my day off
and
will
it's that
not...
crybaby shit that should keep the speculation going that he may have had Jasper declawed. Just saying. Because when you go back to, this was a big thing on Kiwi Farms and Reddit for a while, and Detractor Twitter. Well, what's the point of declawing Jasper? Why spend the money to do it? So Phil can to protect his shitty stuff, to be honest. I mean, granted, you could have just gotten him like a cat scratching pole or some shit, but whatever. Semantics. And then look at how he said, I mean, it's a scrape. It's no big deal. It's no difference if you like accidentally nudged yourself on like the corner of like a desk or a coffee table that has like a pointed edge or something. I mean, Jesus Christ, it's not that big of a deal. But look at how he whines and complains like that. And just off of that behavior alone, it only makes sense that he'd be paranoid and he doesn't want to leave his house. He doesn't want to do anything anymore. Which goes back to Panda briefly, not brief, but, and then we'll move on, where Panda leaving him was kind of like the worst thing that happened to him. Because she kind of forced him to do shit. Reluctantly or not, she still basically had him do shit. Now he doesn't do anything. He's very much a shut-in. And if you're Catherine, that kind of works to your advantage, to be honest. Because you have, let's say, hypothetically, of course, hypothetical Pignosis, our favorite game. Essentially, she has all the control she could ever want over him because she don't want to do anything and he don't want to do anything. So as much as we like to say, and rightfully so, that he's kind of has her locked down because he's afraid that she's going to leave. And in contrast, she's able to exercise more control of him with less effort. Think about it. She controls how the environment is. She controls his meals. She controls essentially what they do. And that's one of the reasons why we don't see the house. Because who knows what kind of stuff that she wanted to have purchased and he went and bought it just to keep her in line. She essentially holds some very, very good cards, if you think about it. No pun intended. Yes, intended. She holds some very good cards. So this manipulation, if you will, is on both sides of the spectrum. It's not just on his end; it's on her end too. I'm telling you, it's a match made in hell.
Be Tuesday. My day off will be Wednesday of next week, so the next day off I'm getting is a week from today. Yeah. All right. Now, the week after that, will it be the same? I have no idea right now because my wife has shifted a work schedule. Basically, we're being told it could fluctuate. We don't know consistently what her day off will be yet.
過酷な運命を背負って極道の抗争に巻き込まれていた。
What really pissed me off, I get emails, oh, chargebacks. I was like, motherfucking chargebacks? It's fucking March. It's March 2021. I instituted my changes to my streams to stop chargebacks in January, okay? So you would think, over 2 months, I've been stopping these chargebacks because what happens is I realize when something's an unverified tip, and I refund it immediately. I don't take on that risk anymore. It's too risky for me to be taking this on.
That's not true. We saw it with Home, remember? We saw it with 2 different people where he made exceptions. Yet again, you would think if you're a consistent stream viewer of Phil's, you would catch him and call him out on these things. Because you know that that's blatantly a lie. But whatever. Let the pig snort.
Having people screw me over on the back end. Well, these chargebacks are from fucking November. November! Like, Jesus, and I looked into it. Yeah, that's like the exact cutoff for a 4-month chargeback. Because the way it works on PayPal, you could charge back shit up to 4 fucking months after you send it. 4 months! Imagine you going to a restaurant, and you order food, you eat it, you pay for it, 4 months later, you tell your credit card company, I don't want to pay for that meal from 4 months ago. Right? And they allow it. What the fuck? That's insane. The good news is, like I said, since I instituted these changes in January, I've had little to no issues. Anyone who tried to charge something back, I had already refunded it, and it clears itself up with no problem. But I'm still going to have these fucking residuals that are pissing me the hell off so badly. It's like, this is a joke. This is ridiculous. Alright? Now, in particular, the reason that this one hurts is $80 fucking dollars. And it's gone. Right now, today, no exaggeration, my PayPal account is sitting at negative $80 as I start today.
It's insanity. It's absolute insanity that you would believe shit with no evidence.
Negative $80. Usually on a stream, I try to raise 100. So on a good day, I could make up for the amount of chargebacks that just freaking were robbed from me, basically. And by the way, no, this was not some credit card scammer or anything. This is someone who basically tried to fuck me. They gave me legit tips over a course of time, and they thought it would be funny to now try to charge back months later and see if they can get their money back through their credit card company. So now, you know, the arduous process of arguing with PayPal.
Yeah,
and trying to convince...
hard life, make of that what you will, but this is a pretty hard lie because, remember, you verifying your account was supposed to obstruct all this nonsense. But yet again, we already knew from the King Tut saga. I can't wait to go back over that. That's going to be great. From the King Tut saga that your credit card company will always side with their credit card holder over anything else. That's a given. That's a guarantee. So, yet again, you having your account verified means jack shit. If you want your money back, you can still get it back. You can still get it back. And here's the thing that I'm having another problem I'm curious about. How is it that he's able to differentiate from a stolen credit card and then a legit one? How can he prove that? How can he even prove, or what are the identifiers for a fake credit card transaction anyway? And if, ladies and gentlemen, it really is a fake credit card, how is it that PayPal doesn't get, how is PayPal not alerted to that first? Something to think about.
PayPal that this is a troll and that they should, you know, and the thing is, PayPal doesn't give you any kind of protections for this shit for unverified tips. And back then I was accepting all tips. I wasn't verifying tips in November. So,
like, it's been tough. You know, my life has been tough over the last decade. It has.
Yesterday, some unexpected expenses came up during the course of the day that I wasn't too happy about either. Like things that I wasn't expecting to have to pay and or be billed for, and I'm like, okay, that's not good. Right now, as you guys know, I'm trying to save money to pay my tax guy.
Save money for what? We'll hear about that in a minute. But that's funny because that's the same excuse he gave DJ Runo back with, memory don't fail me on this, Untitled Goose Game. Essentially, it was a $20 game, so on and so forth. Phil said he was interested in playing it, but he didn't have the funds to play it. DJ Runo said, I will give you this money only if you buy the game and play it. Phil says he will. Next day, Phil's like, yeah, I didn't buy the game because I had an unexpected expense come across and I had to spend the $20. And then that led into that whole nonsense. Can't wait to go back over that because that was hilarious. He went at DJ Runo's neck over essentially a partial troll. Same concept, though. It's funny how there's always these mysterious type of expenses that come up out of nowhere. Oh, it's funny how this grown-ass adult who has the nerve to tell other people that they don't know how life works can't even stay on top of his own bills on a daily basis or a weekly basis or a monthly basis. How the fuck do we go from somehow being able to overcome overdraft fees to now bills just come up out of nowhere and I don't know what to do about it? Think about it.
And instead, it's like, oh, this happens, oh, great. So yesterday, it was not a normal day for me. Normally, I'm like, okay, I budgeted this much that I spent on my day off, and it ended up being way more than that, and I was not happy about that at all. So here I am. You guys know the last week I've been telling you guys, all right, guys, any excess tips I get, they're going to go towards my tax guy. This is great. And guess what happened? Gone. Had to go pay for something else. And I hate that shit, but that's adult. See, that's the thing. That's adult life. And if my financial life hadn't been so screwed over by bad decisions and troll activities over the last decade, all right, I would still have credit. And it'd be like, okay, something bad happens, you can fall back on your credit, you're okay. That's the kind of shit you put on a credit card. Now it doesn't destroy your finances. I don't have credit. I won't have credit for like another 9+ years.
But no, because his finances are so volatile that he's essentially just going to carry the balance for months on end and never really pay it off. And in turn, he's just going to incur more charges because at the end of the day, he wants to have his liquid capital, right? Or his readily available funds to do whatever the fuck he wants to do with it. And then everything he needs to do goes on the credit card, which is the reason why he had 14 fucking credit cards in the first place. Which is the reason why he had to get granted bankruptcy in the fucking first place. So no, That's not what you should be using your credit cards for, especially if you're charging shit you can't pay for. In a case of emergency, yes, that's not an emergency. That's something that you should just go ahead and call mommy and daddy or talk to fucking Planet Jeff behind the scenes and see if you can get more of his deceased wife's fucking insurance money out of him or some shit like that. Or see what fucking Super Blind Man's up to. No pun intended. See what he's up to these days and see if you can pull something out of his ass. Not sit there and fucking try to charge shit to credit cards that you're never going to try to pay off. No. This idiot's at where he's at because he only made the minimum monthly payment and nothing over it and just further sunk himself into debt. That's what happened. Wow. You would think after being granted the bankruptcy, he would have he'd have a moment of clarity, if you will. And he still don't. He still don't. He looks at it as nothing more as something to be deferred to until he can't pay it, and then open up another credit card, which is going to be a hard hit on his credit anyway, and see if he can open something else up and then transfer the funds over to that later. Wow.
So I have nothing to fall back on. It just goes right out of my bank account, and now I'm back to square one. It's like,
and
this sucks.
Doesn't Catherine work? We were just talking about her schedule. She can't float you for a paycheck or two. She's the second income. I'm sure most of you guys remember those pre-streams. Oh, I can't wait till, my soulmate gets here and everything's going to be great. And we're going to get to have healthy meals and we're going to start this new life with each other. And plus she has a job. So that income is really going to help me out. And then we got that sad, pathetic story about, oh, well, she has her own bills and other obligations from her previous life, so she really can't contribute. Then, actually, I'm skipping a step. Then, at first, it was like, she's going to be the second income. Then she was like, oh, well, she was already helping out a lot, and she was giving up half her paycheck. And then it further molted into, oh, well, she sees that I'm really, really struggling. And so she was like, hey, I'll give you more of my paycheck. And he was like, no, you can't. I'll figure it out, so on and so forth. No, I love you and I love the life. No, actually, she never said she loved him. According to him, he said she loved their life together and everything that they're building, and she will do whatever she can to preserve it. Then the following year, oh, well, she has her own obligations. She has her own bills to pay from her past life, and she can't help me. That's essentially how that whole timeline worked itself out. Womp womp.
I was saving up. I basically, just to give you guys some idea, with the excess tips that I had raised last week, I was pretty much about halfway to being able to pay my tax guy. I was very pleased about this. Like, yes, this is good. Now, maybe if I get another week or two, that's good. Maybe by the middle of March, I could pay him when we get the taxes done. Nope, gone. Oh, nice, right? And then, so imagine that happening. And then on top of that, oh, $80 in chargebacks. So now even when you start your work week this week, you're behind by $80 because of some other piece of shit. So you see where I'm coming from? It's frustrating as fuck. It really is. Alright? So, that's what I went through yesterday. It ended up being a really good day with my wife and a very shitty day behind the scenes financially. And I wasn't too pleased about this at all. Okay?
Mark McCauley says...
So essentially he admitted that he spent money out with his wife yesterday that he didn't have. And Phil likes to look down on people who lives paycheck to paycheck, but isn't that theoretically what he's going through right now? Well, what he's been going through. As soon as money comes in, it has to go to something. It has to go to some type of bill and or obligation, right? Despite what it is, and you're broke until you can get your next paycheck or you can get your next infusion, if you will, of capital. So is that not paycheck to paycheck? Is that not a pathetic begging snort to the next pathetic begging snort? Doesn't that not go hoof to hoof? Something to think about.
Hint, I'm outright telling you, I really would appreciate some help via tipping. That's not a hint. You guys know the deal. You guys know how to support the streams, right? You guys know everything about all this. If you guys want to help out today, there's two primary ways that you can. Subscribe to the channel if you want to help with the subscriber goal. Or in particular, if you really want to help me out, number one, if you want to help me out with the fact that I'm starting negative $80 today, tipping would really help. But in addition, again, I'm trying to raise funds to pay my tax guy. And the fact that I was 2 steps forward and now I'm 2 steps back again is like, Jesus Christ, So tipping me today would help with that. Help! Ayúdame, por favor. Es muy importante.
Okay, so here's the thing. I need to tell you guys. This is actually very important, alright? For those of you who are thinking of supporting the streams, especially via tipping, this is particular to people who tip, alright? I just found out something in the last week about tipping through Stream Elements, which is what I use now for tips, compared to how it used to be through Streamlabs, alright? So please listen up. This is very important for those of you who like to support me via tipping. Stream Elements is a no-nonsense business. They don't fuck around, alright? If someone tips me, and they use a name that's stupid, insulting, you know, if I say it, chances are it's going to cause drama. It's meant to try to get me to say something that's going to get the trolls, to get attention and the like. Well, I just ban that person, you know? There's people out there who'll tip me in a name that's like, if I say this, you know people are going to, oh, did you hear what Phil said on stream? He said this, that. It's just the name of a person, but sometimes these things, you know, they'll say this stuff and try to get me in trouble, alright? For example, last week there was one of these. Someone who actually was a supporter of the stream said, oh, I'm going to do a ridiculous over-the-top name to try to get Phil's attention and get some troll attention today. So I blocked the fucker. Guess what happens? The guy emails me a few days later, Phil, why am I blocked from tipping you? I don't understand. So I look it up, I'm like, because you did this. Like, this is obviously trolling. Why are you fucking doing this? So the guy says, alright, I overstepped my bounds. I got too excited. Can you unblock me so that I can tip again? Well, guess what? It's not easy. Alright? Stream Elements is serious business. If you get blocked from tipping on Stream Elements, I have to go through this arduous process of actually contacting their customer support department, explaining the reasoning why someone was banned from tipping, and then doing a formal log request to get you unbanned. This process took me 2 days to get through, and finally they said, okay, yes, we've unbanned a person. It's not like with Streamlabs, it was like you could ban, unban on the fly. But of course, that leads to a lot more trolling and stuff. I think what it is Stream Elements doesn't want to fuck around. They don't, you know, they're just like, nah. If someone's gonna get blocked, they're gonna get blocked for good, and we don't want to deal with that shit. Alright? So I'm going to give you a perfect example.
If that was the case, then they wouldn't have an avenue to where you could appeal it. So you countered yourself on that. On top of it, what he's saying isn't a deterrent. It's really not. If you're someone who's known for tipping, in whatever capacity, I mean, inundate his dumb ass with fucking emails and shit and then make him go through the footwork to do all that. Did it really take 2 days? I doubt it, unless it was over like a weekend or something. But outside of that, fuck him. Make him go ahead and keep begging the fucking Stream Elements over and over and over again to get all these people unbanned, because then that puts his ass on a watch list. It would give them more of a reason to watch him close. Kind of like, allegedly, what Streamlabs did and what eventually led for him to... he never got kicked off. It's just he couldn't accept tips. I think subs and bits still went through Streamlabs, or at least the notifications popped up for it, if I remember correctly. I don't know. I never actually found out how that situation played out. But I'll look into it. So I say fuck him. I say keep up with the troll names and shit and let his ass deal with it, because less and less people tipping him is more and more of a problem for him. So go with that. Now, I was going to give him a level of credence to what he was saying until the bullshit he ended up popping off with. If you guys remember, back when Nick Rekieta used to go over the Vic Mignogna saga within that whole rigmarole and stuff. I need to look back into that and see how's all that going. But if you were going ahead and contributing to the GoFundMe, there were certain names or messages that you couldn't. I think it was certain names, but it might have been messages too. But I certainly remember there was names, because some people had some funny ass names for Monica Rial, and they were fucking hilarious. Anyway, there were certain names that weren't being accepted through GoFundMe. Not at first. This was over a period of time. And they used to start bouncing people's, I want to call them tips, contributions. They were bouncing the contributions back to the contributors. They were like, hey, you can't use this name anymore. None of them for Ron Toye, or Ron Soye, as they were calling him. Nothing for Monica. Nothing for, what was the other one? The one who did the cosplay looked like a dude. I can't think of her name. If Asian GTG was here, he knows all of them by heart, because he followed that shit really, really close. But the point being is that they didn't like the fact that people were being mocked with these names, so they would bounce their tips back, or their contributions back, sorry. So for a minute there, if Phil was about to go that angle, I could be like, all right, I could see that, because I remember Nick talking about that and being very adamant about, hey, it's all fun and games and we all enjoy it, but, you know, Kickstarter's starting to have an issue with it So, you know, let's just go ahead and dial that back. If he went that angle, I get it. But that's not what's happening. You can sit there and use whatever fucking bullshit name you want. If Phil's the one who's initiating the shit that's causing these people to get banned, or not banned, to not be able to contribute, and then Phil has to go back and do the footwork. So it sounds to me that Phil needs to man up, and I know that's something hard for him to do, especially now that John's not around, and do what he needs to do, and maybe, I don't know, deal with it. Maybe that's what it comes down to. You should just deal with it. It's not that serious. Unless there's a name that really stands out. If you're just looking to ban just to fill your fetish, maybe you need to dial that back. I don't know. We will see.
Someone just hit me with a name that there's no way I'm reading this on stream. And it's a $20 tip and it's a verified tip. So to this person who just did this, that was not very smart. Because normally, I would just block you from tipping and say, I don't want to read this kind of shit on my stream. You know, I'm not going to. This is a legit tip. This is a verified tip. Someone who obviously wants to get noticed for me saying something stupid on the stream. Okay? I'm not going to put up with that. Right? I'm just not. So, this is something that I have to refund because I'm not going to read this on my stream. Now, here's the thing. I'm not going to block you from tipping because this is the first time I'm actually bringing this up. And I haven't really mentioned this. You know, with Streamlabs, it was kind of like, oh, I can block and unblock on the fly. I can't do that anymore. Alright? So I'm just forewarning you up front to anyone here who wants to contribute. You think you're going to troll me with a troll tip or it ain't going to work. Because what's going to happen is I'm just going to have to block you from tipping, and I'm not going to be able to unblock you. You're going to be blocked forever. So don't do it. I'll just warn you right now. Do not troll tip me. Do not try to get me to say something that you know I would not want to say on my stream. You guys know the deal. Nothing racial, nothing sexual, none of the fucked up stuff that's going to get people negative. New controversy. Did you hear what Phil said on his stream today? All I was doing was shining on a tip. But these assholes have to come in here and try to get me to say dumb shit, right? In general, you know what it is. It's common sense. The problem is some people don't have common sense. They think everything's funny. It's not. Alright? So, I'm just forewarning everyone. I can't. So, I refunded this tip from this person. If you were the person who tipped me $20, it was a verified tip, and you tried to get me to say something stupid, I can't accept it. You want to retip with something that's not stupid? Please, by all means, do. I need the help right now. I'm trying to get $80 out of the hole here. But I can't take this in. I'm just not doing it anymore. I don't want to block you. If you do it again with another stupid name, you will get blocked, and then you won't be able to tip anymore. Alright? Alright.
There's still this back here. And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me it's WWE Champions time. I love it. I love it. Is a mobile game addict.
I'm curious to see how that plays out, to be honest. Because like I said, that's more strenuous for him than anybody else. Like I said, literally, they could just keep inundating him with fucking emails over and over and over again until they get him until he gets them unblocked, essentially. That all of the pressure and all of the deficit, if you will, is all on Phil. It has nothing to do with really anybody else. Like, to be honest with you, making him do that, let's say 20 people, for example, making him do that day in, day out, fucks Phil over more than anybody else. And now, and it essentially is conditioning him that he has to let people slide. If not, just don't tip him. And wait and let him bleed out and see what happens. And we already know what's going to happen. Just off the first two videos kind of proves that. I'm anxious to see if anybody actually capitalizes off that. We'll see. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take another music break, and I will see you guys for video number 4 of this broadcast. I'll see you guys in just a second. Let's see here. Next music choice, next music choice. Oh, this is one of my favorite ones, actually. Here we go.
see right now is going to be absolutely disgusting. Sound good?
Alright, sounds good to me.
I can only hope. Actually, I'm gonna have to expand on this for you guys so you guys can see it better. Big ups to those who made that recommendation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here with the fourth video that will make up our broadcast, brought to us by Burnell, DSP. Let's see. Call of Gaudy is glitched. I don't sympathize with trolls, and only $30 in tips. Wee. This was published on March 5th of 2021. The link will be down in the description. Here we go.
Wow, I suck. I just shot just slightly to the right of his head that whole time. Just slightly to the right. Driving our CXD. Sit rep. They pop strike in mode. Oh, I was already dead. Damn it, he was already dead. He was on fucking kicking out. I'm inside the building fully and a fucking napalm strike kills me. You gotta love that lag. Where? How's he behind? Again, behind me. Enough with the, oh, I'm magically behind you bullshit. Stop fucking spawning directly behind me so you can woggle and get me from behind. Fucking game.
Full of salt. It is 100% salty as shit.
Black coffee in a bunk bed. And then this guy's saying I refer to my wife as my mom. That's not true at all. It's because when I think of home-cooked meals, I think of my mother.
No. I had already, I had said that when he thinks about Catherine, he's referring back to his mother. So, but he's definitely said that a couple of times. Either it's 100% a lie, or I can't think of the other channel's name. I know it's in the description though. It's in the directory I got down there. One of those two of those guys have that. They have, it's like maybe 2 minutes long of all the different times Phil said it, and he said that at least 4 or 5 times, which is just disturbing. Anyway, at least for Phil, I should say, it's kind of disturbing. So, so that is what it is. But yet again, that only coincides with it only coincides with the fact that she's just a caretaker, essentially. Like, it's not a real relationship. He looks at her as someone that should, keyword, should be taking care of him. That's the only real value that she has. And that's really harsh to say, but that's how he demonstrates it. That's how he treats her. There's nothing else to it but to do it, essentially. It's hurtful, but that's the case. It's the reality of it all. Oh boy. Here, let me bring that clip back though from the very beginning. I want to hear his justification because it's just that much. It's just that hilarious.
Coffee in a bunk bed.
Oh, that's what I was going to tell you guys about. For any of you guys who like liqueur and who like coffee liqueur, you should try Mr. Black. It's it's really good. It's a really good coffee liqueur. There's a bunch of other ones out there, like Bailey's makes some decent ones, as well as a few others. I could make a list, to be honest. But I think it's one to try. I ended up watching what's this YouTube channel's name? Oh, How to Drink, because I've seen some of his live streams. Anyway, he's a mixologist, and he actually it's because of his particular video that he did on it. I think it was on like different types of Irish coffee drinks, I think. That actually ended up putting me on it or whatnot. So that's something to check out. If I remember to, I will make a notation, and when I send this off, I'll see if they can put the link to at least one of the episodes, because he's done a bunch of them down in the description. But if not, just come on to YouTube and look for and type in How to Drink, and he'll pop up. And it's a really good channel, and the guy's really informative and whatnot. You'll find some amazing drinks up there. He's done drinks though too. Sorry, I'm going on I'm diverting a little bit. He does drinks, all kinds of different drinks, but he's done drinks that are associated with video games or different shows. Like he did some drinks from the Venture Brothers. He's done some stuff he's done 2 drinks from Cyberpunk. Stuff like that. It's a good thing to watch. And like I said, he gives you his own spin on it as well. But he tries to stay as true to the recipe as possible, and then he gives you a recipe usually that's better. You know what I'm saying? Most certainly. So something to check out if you guys are ever interested in any of that.
And then this guy's saying I refer to my wife as my mom. That's not true at all. It's because when I think of home-cooked meals, I think of my mother because she cooked for me a lot when I was younger. So now when I reference meals, you always notice it's a reference to like meals and food. I'll say my mom for some reason. I don't know why my mind kind of defaults to my mother when you think about home-cooked meals for some reason. It just does.
Oh my god, he's drinking gin.
Never said that about Panda though. And Panda was in there actually cooking shit up. You know what I'm saying? Her potatoes didn't have skin on them. Anyway, she was actually in there cooking. He never referred to her as his mother, ever. At least as much as I've seen. You know what I'm saying? You'd have to talk to Tevin, or you'd have to talk to Ludacris, or you'd have to talk to someone who's actually been knee deep. Eddie B43. You know what I'm saying? You can talk to the OGs and see what their takes are on it. But I've never heard him refer to Leanna as his mother. So keep that in mind. But then again, I guess they had that father-daughter relationship, so he associates, you know, I guess that would reaffirm him associating Catherine closer to his mother because she's older than Panda is. So I don't know. There's a whole kind of meta to that if you want to really get in it.
That was an enemy too? But my fucking my teammate ran up those stairs. I thought for sure that was my teammate.
No tips whatsoever received tonight in the first half hour of gameplay, which is not good, obviously. Obviously, I would like some support tonight with tips if you guys can. All right? Please, if you can, please do. I need help with tips this week. All right. And every single person could, oh, that's e-begging. That's not begging. That's advertisement.
Doesn't work for some reason. I swung right into his face. Oh no, didn't hit. Fuck you. Losing Charlie. Filled him with bullets. No damage. Whatever you say, laggy piece of shit game. Whatever you fucking say.
There's the salt. The delicious salt.
Come on, he's not even facing me. He's just spraying, and the game claims that he's shooting me perfectly. Fuck off, traitor.
Incredibly salty.
Hostile spy plane is... What the fuck? Full auto into their face.
He kind of sort of had the jump on that guy, and he still fucked that up. That's pretty funny. Being that his first like 2 or 3 shots actually hit the steel shutters behind the guy before it actually landed in him. So that's that's pretty extraordinary. Certainly a Philism, if we've ever seen one.
Bullets don't connect. How am I supposed to do anything in this match? Seriously. This around. I can't hit him, and he can perfectly hit me. Fuck you, Treyarch. Fuck you.
And tons of salt.
Twice! Yo, he's right in front of me. Look at this. It shows the swing twice hitting him on his own kill cam, and the kick doesn't hit him. So you're telling me that he's immune to melee attacks if he stands on the table, even if I'm in range. There's something wrong with that. I'll never be able to use melee against him because the game's glitched. You can't hit him with fucking melee attacks on the table. Why? He's right in front of you. It shows the melee attack connecting with his legs, and it does 0 damage.
Ah, the salty tears.
What? It went through his body again! Are you fucking for real? It went right through his body and did no damage. Come on, dude. Dear Treyarch, someone watched my fucking gameplay, and please explain to me how any of this is valid and your guys' servers don't fucking suck. The guy's directly in front of me and I'm swinging and it goes through his body. Come on.
Whining, complaining. Chat side Phil cheered again. He said, oh, here we go. My wife wants me to get the dumb haircut you got. I mean my mom, because he's an idiot. So Chat side Phil can now get Band side Phil. You can change your name to Band side Phil because you're a fucking loser.
Oh, what the hell? That's bullshit. Accordion family, I never
thought
swung.
about that. So, remember initially he said that, oh, I keep referring to Catherine as my mom, and I don't do that. But then he goes into this diatribe about how, oh, I associate home-cooked meals with my mother because my mother used to cook for me a lot, as most mothers do. And if I do it, that's why. But he just told us that he didn't. But then he went back and re-justified on if he does, this is why. On top of that, why the fuck would he want to subject, let alone why would anybody want to subject themselves to watching his footage if you're from Treyarch or Activision? Like, all they're going to do is be like, why is this 60-year-old man with hooves, like, beating down on his controller trying to play our game? That doesn't make any sense. That just seems kind of ridiculous, to be honest with you. Like, have you actually sat there and tried to watch one of Phil's streams without a filter? Have you actually done that? It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. So no one's gonna do that. Like, at least when they're watching like one of those guys from FaZe, if those guys are even relevant, or Nick Merckx, or anybody of relevancy, if you will, it kind of makes sense because they're gonna have some feedback that's genuinely useful. Phil doesn't provide none of that shit. It's just angry snorts and excuses all around. All right, Rip Van Winkle on that.
On my screen, it was full swing into his body. On his screen, I never swung. That's the bad connections of Treyarch right there.
I'm not a whiny baby.
Come on! He's right next to me, I swing, the swing goes through his body, doesn't register, I turn, he won't show up. So there's nothing I can do. What the fuck? Fuck out of here! No, I don't just die instantly! It should show me shooting the guy until he's getting the kill first. What the fuck?
Complaining and making excuses like a whining, crying, tear-eyed baby.
Oh, come on! What? Again, he said the RCXD killed me. I didn't pull the trigger since I killed myself. Well, I never expected my whole team would suck ass when it's a trailer player. They got wiped. Completely wiped. Oh no, I walked into the train. Oops. I caught the express the hard way.
What a complete idiot.
Nimblex did 100-bit tree says, in the past, I admitted that when I was younger, I was a troll myself. Does that mean that I sympathize with the detractors with the way that they act? No, because I look back and I look how stupid I am. Like, straight up talk right now. Before I play another match, I look back, I cringe, and I am fucking embarrassed of how I acted when I was younger in the Street Fighter community. Like, I know for a fact I was trolling people like crazy on fucking forums like Shuriken.com. I was going to chat servers and trolling people, like IRC chats and stuff. I harassed people online systematically, and I was a fucking loser. Seriously, I was a loser. I know that. And I look back on it now and I'm like, wow, that was a complete waste of my time. I should have been doing way more productive things with my time than sitting around trolling people on the fucking internet. It made no sense and it did no benefit to anyone, including myself. I didn't get ahead because I was a troll on the internet. It was just a waste of everyone's time and my efforts. I don't know why I ever did it.
Well,
You know,
first,
so that-
yeah, first he's right about that systematic trolling. He was a real piece of fucking garbage. On top of that, he ended up turning most of the people who, in air quotes, were his friends against him. He sat there and put himself, I've told you guys this already with the fucking walking ATM thing. He had sat there and committed thousands upon thousands of dollars to money matches that he lost, the majority of them, if not all of them. Certainly the big ones he lost. He sat there and committed himself to fights that he eventually ended up trying to figure out a way to back out of without looking like a total fucking coward, or got ran up on and other people had to stand up for him while he was hiding in corners or in bathrooms crying and like a little bitch. Like, anything that he ever built in the FGC, which he didn't build shit, by the way, but let's, hypothetical Pignosis, our favorite game, let's say that he did. Anything that he built up or any type of admiration that he had built, he destroyed. Almost as quick. And one of the best examples, it's not the best example, but it's a good example. Mr. Huff Stuff has it on his channel. Big ups to Mr. Huff Stuff. I think it was the last conversation. I need to go over all those now that I think about it. Yeah. It's from Alpha. It was from Alphaism Radio. I think is what it was called. It was the guy was not Bucktooth. It was what's that dude's name? He used to host that shit. It was Bumpkin. Sorry, the guy's name was Bumpkin, and he, for all intents and purposes, always tried to be fair to Darkside Phil. He tried to be very, very fair with him. But I think on Darkside Phil's maybe it might have been his last like show appearance as a guest, because he was never actually part of the show. He just called in because he's a fucking lame all the time. But I think his last appearance, Bumpkin was probably hitting the sauce, and he let it all go. You could tell he was tired of holding the shit back anyway, and he laid in on Phil. He absolutely laid the fuck in on him, and Phil knew he had it coming, and he knew he deserved it. Excuse me. Phil knew he had it coming. He knew that what Bumpkin was saying was true, and that's for the most part the reason why he sat there and took it, because he had no choice. The dude was like, "You're the one that's supposed to be the AE specialist. How the fuck did you fuck that tournament up? You're the one. How did you fucking lose that tournament? You called all these guys scrubs, but yet those guys won Evos and you didn't. You said that these people try to hold you back, but in actuality, you come back out later and admitted that you weren't ready to play, or you weren't up to par, or you didn't get enough practice in, or so on and so forth. Those are personal problems and or letdowns or shortcomings on your end, not anybody else's. You always have an excuse for some shit. Why can't you just sit there and be a man and say that that person was the better man that day?" And just so on and so forth, and ripped into Phil. And he had to sit there and take it. And Bumpkin was one of the people who had to defend him the most. Matter of fact, if you go on to, I don't know if SRK has it, but I saw it on Capcom United on some of their archives. Bumpkin actually took shit for having Darkside Phil up there for some of those big interviews. And he still, but yet again, Bumpkin was like, everybody should have freedom of speech, everybody should have a platform. But he kind of took some shit for having Phil up there, because Phil went up there and made himself look like a complete and total fucking ass clown. And a lot of the deficits that ECC had, for example, East Coast Championships, was kind of Phil's fault. It was kind of his fault. If you want to run an all Capcom event, do so. Don't get mad because people want to run opposition because you don't give a fuck about their games, or if they're into the anime games, as he likes to call it, which is kind of what they are, and they enjoy that shit. Don't get mad because they decide to go off somewhere else that will hold those games. And now you're sitting here scrambling at the last minute because numbers are low and someone's going to take a hit financially. And now you're trying to open things back up with the Tekken community or with Soul Calibur or whatever little anime thing that was going on. And now you have to walk that shit back. You know what I mean? We're going to go over those videos because I think Mr. Huff Stuff's like 5 of them in all. I should have been done those. Well, actually, am I doing that for the second channel though, or over here? Yikes, I didn't think about that. I probably should go on the Fight Club channel, though, to be honest. If you see it, you see it. You don't, you don't. We'll see. I'll probably do that, though, but I should have been done those already. But those are good listens, though, if you ever get around to it. So, like I said, check out Mr. Huffstuff's channel. He has like 5 of them and whatnot, but those are really good listens. And that in the Triforce interview. The Triforce interview is long as fuck, but to hear Phil bitch and complain the way he did about Triforce is silly. I've already gone over that. But he literally found someone who had as much hate, if not more hate than he did, and he just tried to jump on that bandwagon. Just like the Pro Jared situation.
No, I don't sympathize or empathize with them. I think it's dumb. I wish that they would snap out of it, because eventually I did, and I realized being that and having that kind of mentality in life is a waste of everyone's time.
No, you didn't snap out of shit. He got ran out. He got ran up and out of the FGC, essentially. And he tried to build up his profile back on YouTube and thought he could go ahead and get away with some shit because, he was that's Darkside Phil. He's a big name on YouTube. And started going into tournaments and poaching people's fucking game footage and putting it up on his channel and whatnot. And then after that shit got cut the fuck off at, I think it was at a Final Rounds held in Atlanta, Georgia. Once they were like, yeah, nobody's taking footage because we're working on a DVD in collaboration with Team Spooky, then essentially he gave all that up. But if you guys remember around that time, if you don't worry about it. It's just another another dynamic of useless information that I hold on to. He had that whole tournament year planned out. He was planning on even going to EVO that year because that was the year Marvel vs. Capcom 3 came out. It's a first official tournament season, and he was able to reach out to some people who didn't have a negative, I guess, interaction with him at that point. And he was really clinging on to Team Spooky and a lot of those guys. Nerd Josh, Dick Wolf, Arturo, Spooky himself. He was really kind of hanging out with those guys. But he was kind of intermingling and whatnot. He was kind of getting back into the hype of it. Now keep in mind, and I don't give a fuck what anybody says, Phil is not a Marvel 2 player. Marvel 1, maybe. I don't know. Don't matter. Marvel 2, You know what I'm saying? Does he have the basics down? I'm sure he does, at least for some teams, but he's not a threat. He's not a threat. Not at all. He's definitely never been named in the upper echelon of Marvel vs. Capcom 2 players. And that list is long as fuck. That is long as hell. But when you think about the Emperors, though, meaning that the cream of the crop, like the top Marvel 2 players, it's Justin Wong, Duck Doe, IFC Yipes, Sanford Kelly. Oh, I'm missing somebody. It's Justin... No, well, it's Duck... It theoretically should be Duck Doe, Justin Wong, IFC Yipes. And then I think it is Sanford Kelly. He's the 4th king. Or the 4th emperor. Because he was the emperor without a crown for a number of years until he finally won an Evo. So I guess that's the 4 emperors. Because people wanted to put Neo or Golden Boy in there, and he's good, but he's actually really good, to be honest. But still, we're talking about Evo winners here. Chris Smith is pretty good. He has some really great runs at Seasons Beatings. Damn, Sin and Gandhi from the West Coast were really good players too. But like I said, Eddie Lee was a good player too. But if you're talking about Evo winners, basically, those are your 4 emperors. And then if you just get into the actual contenders, Phil was never there. You get into actual competitors, serious competitors, Phil wasn't there. Like, you know what I'm saying? He was never there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you really look at the list of Marvel players back in that day, that shit was insane. Like, that shit was thick. Like, that's why they had the biggest turnouts. That's why Marvel vs. Capcom 2 always went on last. Because, first off, it goes by the quickest. But, 2, because people had the most money riding on it. That's why they had some of the biggest money matches. It's just sort of insane. Like, if any game, a Capcom game, if you will, or certainly a Versus game, had that North America had a stranglehold over. Like, it was Capcom vs. SNK 2. Sorry, it was Marvel vs. Capcom 2. For sure. You know what I'm saying? Because Super Turbo always had an international flavor. CVS 2 certainly had an international flavor. Third Strike, pretty much was owned by the Japanese, and for good reason. And don't get me wrong, there were plenty of other countries who played Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Like, I've seen some great Japanese combo videos and whatnot, and certainly some great ones out of some good ones out of Puerto Rico, Mexico, and South America in general. But essentially, Marvel vs. Capcom 2 was completely a North American dominated game, for sure. It brought the most hype, most money matches, most grudge matches and shit. It don't get no better. It doesn't get no better. And Phil was never a name in any of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Ever. Whatever little roach nest he came out of, whatever little pig pen he was walloping in, that's whatever. But he wasn't even the top dude in his own town, in his own city. So the nerve that he had to sit there and say he was someone on an international level, or even just on a national level, if you will, is preposterous. It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
God, he's drinking gin.
Did you see that? I swung once, it was 2, I tried to move forward, swing again, it was like delayed, it wouldn't come out, and then he just spinning his shoes. It was the stupidest thing ever. You didn't fucking earn it. Losing Bravo. Who is that guy? What is that outfit? Super annoying. I can shoot that motherfucker. Trying to lose it, I'll take C. He walks right through all my bullets. I don't think a single one registered. Bullshit. Laggy bullshit.
Those Italian meats are naturally salty, you know.
This is literally a fish in a barrel type situation here. I want to see how this plays out, but this is literally a fish in a barrel type situation. This is what you want. This is the type of situation that you want. Let's see how it plays.
Yo, come on!
Oh,
I couldn't maintain a shot. That was so stupid. They were all sitting ducks. I couldn't maintain a shot.
Hurtful. Right here, let me bring that back without my voice. It looks like he had a teammate next to him though. Alright. Like this was literally an ideal. This is an ideal situation. Catching a bunch of guys coming out of their spawn. Wow. Just wow.
Yo, come on! I couldn't maintain a shot. That was so stupid. They were all sitting ducks. I couldn't maintain a shot. Oh no, that's completely impossible. Every bullet I fired hit him. The game claims he killed me with only one volley of his bullets. I'm sorry, Treyarch. That is garbage, and you need to answer for yourselves. That is trash gameplay.
Basically, here's a whiny baby.
Yeah, bullshit. No, this is fucking Treyarch, dude. The servers are shit. The guy's right in front of me. He shows me hitting every bullet. He never goes down. He just goes once, but up dead. Fuck you.
It's very, very salty.
Yeah, host my remove. Jesus Christ, come on. It's so stupid. Losing C. Ugh. He's in front of me and I swing, and the game doesn't have enough fucking AI programs. Oh, okay, give him the benefit of the doubt. He's right there. Swing into him instead of swing wildly in the air. I'm close enough to hit him, but the game won't aim the sledgehammer for me.
You're close enough to hit him? Let's go back to the instant replay. I X'd it down on that. All right, let's see what we got here, ladies and gentlemen. That was enough room to hit somebody. Now keep in mind, he's still moving forward. Let's bring that back. I had more than enough room, and it didn't have enough data to push me forward to let me get this free kill. All right, one more time. He's setting up. There's your swing, and there's where dude's at. That was enough room. That was enough space. That was... Let's continue. What a nut. And then he's still sitting here. He hasn't even... It's almost like he mentally hasn't even registered that he missed. That's fun. That's... It's probably not funny. It's probably really sad, but that's kind of funny.
I hate this. He's in front of me and I swing, and the game doesn't have enough fucking AI programs. Oh, okay, give him the benefit of the doubt. He's right there. Swing into him instead of swing wildly in the air. I'm close enough to hit him, but the game won't aim the sledgehammer for me. Yikes. The guy's just literally pulling the this. He's not aiming at all. He's just
wait. First off, we should give him a 3.5 out of 5 on that backflip. It wasn't that bad. It was, you know, it had decent form. Would have made a hell of a belly flop, tell you that. And yet again, he expects there to be auto aim, if you will, for a melee, for a melee weapon. That's the game needs to just give you the benefit of the doubt. If that's the case, then why don't you say that you deserve the benefit of the doubt when you pump a guy allegedly with a whole clip of bullets, or a whole magazine, whatever the proper term is, full of bullets, and you don't hit anything? He never asks for the benefit of the doubt then, but for a melee weapon, he deserves it? That's telling.
Fucking idiot, and the game's giving him hits. No, in real life, if you do that, you want to know what happens? Your gun goes like this. All over the place. You can't aim straight. Same guy. I open fire on him first, but he kills me because the game servers are terrible. That's not an earned kill. That's the game server is a piece of shit. Dude, is the game server is a piece of shit. It's just that you can't ever kill them because they're fucking lagging so bad.
Oh my god, dude, just shut up. Just shut up and stop whining. Ugh.
Guys, I'm only here for about another 10 to 15 minutes. So time for 1 to 2 more games tops tonight, okay? I do appreciate those who did contribute. It's kind of slow. What can I say? I don't know what to do about that. It's been a great stream. You guys have been a good audience. So I don't know, why contributions are low, but there's nothing I can do about it. I'm not going to sit here and worry about it when, I did my best and you guys seem to like the stream.
Yeah, for some of you who are spamming hint in the stream chat, maybe instead of spamming hint, you guys could hit me tonight. That'd be great, huh? Instead of just spamming hint, it would actually help.
Very fair connection there. All shots to the face, the guy doesn't die, I die instantly. From 1 bullet. Very, very realistic. Sentry turret active. That's bullshit. Dude was right in front of me and wouldn't let me hit him. Complete bullshit. That was a sledgehammer to the face. It swung fully and it says no, it didn't hit him. Fuck you. Fuck you, Treyarch. Fuck you.
That was very salty, I'm not gonna lie. There was a lot of salt, but...
He doesn't die. Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit.
There's still this back here. And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me it's WWE Champions time. I love it. I love it. Is a mobile game addict. Still has.
Oh boy. All right, ladies and gentlemen. It's the sad part of the broadcast. We are here with the 5th and last video. There'll be one more music break and then we'll get into it. Let's see here. This should be good. Well, they've all been good, but this last one should be just the way to top it all off. All right, ladies and gentlemen, give me just a second, and we will reconvene for our last video of the broadcast. See you guys in a minute.
See right now is going to be absolutely disgusting. Sound good?
Alright, sounds good to me.
Well, ladies and gentlemen.
I think this one is going to be good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here with the 5th and final video of our broadcast, brought to us by Burnell, DSP. Let's see here. First look at the jeans, or whatever that's worth. Only morons wear jeans at home. Well, that's hurtful, Phil. My jeans are really, really comfortable, sir. And let's see. All my life, people have used me. This video was published on March 6th of 2021. The link will be down in the description. So, is he going to use that? All my life, people have used me. Is he going to use that as justification on why he uses people now? Interesting. Okay. Let's go ahead and chop it up. As our tortured hero reminisces about all the people who have done him wrong. Like, we haven't heard this one before. But I'm sure there'll be some retcons. That's what I'm expecting.
Recently, I've noticed that there's a meme going around with me in jeans. I don't really understand the meme, alright? But what I thought I would do today is I would present to you an authentic pair of Dark Side Phil denim jeans that I wear when I go outside the house. This is the actual one of the 4 pairs of jeans that I own, and I've brought them to you here live on stream to reveal to you the secrets of jeans.
I'm a mature adult, and I'm not a children's entertainer.
Where do people get these dumb memes from? What? This is a meme. Oh my god. Jeans! I own them, bitch! What the hell is... Why is this a meme? I don't understand it. Alright? What are they? I have no idea. I've owned these jeans, probably, no exaggeration, probably for about 8 or 9 years. I'm the kind of guy, I wear clothes till they're worn out. Jeans almost never wear out. Because I don't wear them and go do construction work and shit. I wear them out once a week on my day out. So they don't get, and I own multiple pairs. So within a year, this maybe gets a dozen wears. So I've had this pair of jeans for so long.
Do you actually wash them? Because I question the validity of how clean those jeans are, first off and foremost. Secondly, what kind of tart are you to fucking bring a pair of jeans on the fucking stream, dude? Clearly, when he heard this detractor meme in air quotes, he looked at it as another way to profit. Clearly, that's what this was all about. This is pathetic. This is literally the Mr. Potato Head meme that I told you. Well, it's not a meme, but I just thought it was funny. The Mr. Potato Head scenario that I laid out to you guys is coming to fruition in a way that I was not expecting. All we need, ladies and gentlemen, is the trifecta when it comes to those vests. Have his dumbass put on his stupid glasses, 3 vests, his dumb cowboy hat that's unwashed, and apparently these unwashed, certainly very old pairs of jeans, and you have it. There you go. We have our own little Mr. Potato Head. Then have him blow some bubbles and spin around in his fucking chair. And we have it. It's all there. Let's see how this plays out.
It's not... Look, it looks like new, right? It's not worn out or anything. They're good jeans. Alright? So I own jeans. Here they are. This is one of, like I said, of 4 pairs. Actually, 3 pairs similar to this, and 1 pair is kind of like a backup pair that are older that I don't really like. They're a little bit uncomfortable. But they're not boot cut. I don't know what they are. They don't even say on them. Like here, easy? What the hell does easy mean? Easy fit? Easy fit jeans? I don't know. Here they are. Jeans. Alright. The jeans segment has now passed, and now you can all clip that segment and put it up on your fucking streams about stupid shit. There you go. Jeans.
There's your clip of the night.
Let's see here. Total Score just said, what the fuck? Whoa! Because I put out the jeans on the stream. Rick Slap Cherry says, the meme is you always wear your jammy jams like a kid instead of jeans like an adult. That's the joke. In the house, yet, why would you... Okay, I have a really honest question. Why would you wear jeans around your own house? Honest question. Jeans are basically a material that's durable. Soft, but durable. A little bit more sturdy, a little bit more tight, I would say, fitting, than say, sweatpants or shorts or, yes, pajama pants. They're not ultra comfortable. They're not uncomfortable, but they're not... I wear these out because when you're out, you don't know what you're going to come across.
You're fucking holding on to 10 fucking year-old pairs of jeans. On top of that, the pair that you said that you don't like wearing because it's uncomfortable, I don't know, buddy. Maybe you're a little too heavy. Maybe you should consider losing some fucking weight. In any case, you apparently don't have you don't have a taste in jeans. Yes, they are durable. Yes, they last long, but people typically buy jeans that are comfortable. You should be buying clothes in general that are comfortable, to be honest. Even if you're going out and getting fitted for like a suit and everything else, I should say, like, jacket, trousers, everything like that. You want it to be comfortable. Yes, it has to be stylish. Yes, it has to look sharp. But you want it to be comfortable, like anything else. So, what? You went out and bought jeans just to buy them and that's it? What kind of tard shit is that? That's dumb. Any clothes that you're wearing, especially around your own home, you wear it because it's comfortable. Period. You don't think it's a little strange that you're just running around in your fucking jammies all every fucking day? You don't find it weird that you're wearing the same fucking shirt day in, day out? And especially with him complaining about how hot his office is. And you clearly see him perspiring bacon grease on a regular basis at times. Especially during the fucking spring and the summer. That shit's hilarious. It's hilarious that he sweats that much just playing a video game. That's clearly not a good sign. But you should be, yeah, either A, you're too big for them, and you should buy other shit, which is weird too, by the way, because this guy spends thousands upon thousands of dollars a year on fast food, but this idiot doesn't buy clothes every year. Now, don't get me wrong, not everybody goes clothing shopping, but Jesus Christ, his wife buys him fucking video game themed like graphic tees and shit, but she won't buy him a pair of jeans or something. You know what I mean? Or buy him some nicer clothes, I should say, when they go out, like a nice button-down shirt, if you will. You know what I'm saying? A nice pair of jeans to go along with it, or a pair of khakis or something. Just keep giving him graphic tees. I'm telling you, there's a level of control that goes on in that house that works both ways, ladies and gentlemen. It works both ways. You got two people keeping each other complacent to get what they want. Yikes.
Like gonna roam across something, you want protection. You don't want to step in a fucking puddle of mud and get it all over fucking pajama pants. You want to have something durable like this that's going to keep that shit off your leg, right? That's why you wear thicker clothes when you go out. But when you're outdoors, what are you afraid of?
Sweatpants are thicker, idiot. It's meant sweatpants for insulation. Are they as thick as jeans? Some of them are, depending on who you're going through. Or, well, what brand you're buying, I should say. So, and what? But jeans can be comfortable. Jeans are meant to be so comfortable that you should be able to wear them almost anywhere. To at least an extent. Oh well, whatever.
Indoor, in my own house, what am I afraid of that's going to attack my legs that I need to be wearing jeans to protect them? What, exactly? I'm curious.
Ow! Jasper! Jasper, what are you doing? Man. Jasper, come on. You hurt me. Ow. Why you gotta do that, man? Someone didn't walk over me. Why'd you use your claws? You know better. That really hurt, man. You scratched my leg. At least it didn't pierce the skin. I don't think it did. That hurt. This cat sometimes, he loses track of what he's doing. And next thing you know, he's hurting you because he's breaking his skin and stuff. The worst is in the morning, sometimes he'll bite my toe when I'm trying to sleep. Like, dude, what are you doing, man?
I'm a streamer. I'm sitting in my office all day. I'm a same fucking chair. When I leave, I'm in my safe house. I don't need to worry about, oh my god, I need to wear fucking jeans around the house. These are not ultra comfortable.
When I'm not streaming, I'm in my safe house. What is he hiding from, terrorists or something? What the fuck?
To wear around the house. They're nice to wear out, and then, I'll tell you, we have our day out. When I come home, I change back into either sweatpants, shorts, or pajama pants. They're comfy. They're loose, comfy, soft. That's what I want. I don't want to be wearing jeans all day. This is what you wear to work. This is what you wear when you're going out. You don't wear these at home. And people say, well, you are at work. Yeah, I'm at work in an office streaming video games. You don't even see me from the waist down. Why would I wear these? You'd be a fucking moron. Anyone who dresses up like this for a stream is a moron. You don't need to. Why are you not taking advantage of the fact that you work from home, stupid? Mr. Puffy Nipples sent me $1.30 and says, do you think people that created thekingofhate.com still watch you? What happened to Hazard? I haven't seen him in a while. Hazard did not create thekingofhate.com. The actual originators of the website, we're talking over a decade ago, were two teenagers.
That was Chris and I think King of Hate, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's Chris and Teo, isn't it? Those are the guys who made his first custom build PC. And we all saw how Phil was ungrateful to both of them. But let's hear the story, though, actually. I want to know if he actually is going to change some of the aspects. Because how did Phil acquire it? And then I can't remember if they were running ads or if they had some type of ad inserts on the website, and they were using that as a way of the cover maintenance fees. I can't remember if that was the case or not, but I think Phil got butthurt over that too. But he gets butthurt over a lot of things.
They were fans at the time, but they were not huge fans of mine. They were fans, and they watched stuff from occasionally. But what they were actually doing, they wanted to basically get their name known, and they were making websites for several different content creators. They also made the website for SSOHPKC at the time. So they kind of knew me and him and offered to make websites for both of us. No, we had a major falling out because I tried to help the kid out. One of the kids was basically in this I think it was like an internship or something like that. I'm not exactly sure what it was. It could have easily been one of those businesses where it's a scam. Who knows? But I guess the kid was making PCs, and the kid was basically making these PCs.
No,
and trying to make
whoa. No, I've already, first red flag's already come up. It wasn't an intern. It was a program that he was doing for school. I think it was a program that was actually, that he was participating in school or something, and this would just help give him some additional experience, and it might even help with his overall grade. I think that's the first time, that's the way he described it the first time. Because, just in case you guys don't know, I need to put that on the list for Struggle Against the Grease. He had a huge falling out with Chris and Teo over essentially nothing and whatnot. Now, this goes back to the very first PC that was made, and when it was sent to them, or sent to Phil, it had a small crack down the side. It wasn't that big. It really wasn't. It was not that big of a deal. It didn't hurt the functionality of the PC or anything. It was just a small little thing. And Phil even said, oh, it has this crack here. It must have been something to do with shipping. No big deal. You know, Phil sucks dick of anybody who's doing him a favor at first. But then when they had the falling out, Phil was like, oh, they quoted me $1,200, and it turned out to be, he said some silly shit like he paid $1,700, $18,000, $2,000, and they didn't really know what they were doing, and that's why it didn't function well. All of this kind of comes around to when he ended up getting that CyberPower PC later on, that $3,000 fucking lemon. And he gloated, like, this is how you do ship a PC. This is how the professionals build this shit. And that shit, it didn't brick, but he had all kinds of issues and problems. A lot of it, I believe, still stems from he just needed to go in and really check the connections. I assume it was just as easy as that, but there most certainly could have been other ongoing issues that may have been a problem. But that's the CyberPower PC. As it pertains to the custom built that Chris and Teo made, it was fine except for that crack on the side there, on the outer frame. And that's it. And he went on like tirades over that dumb shit. That's going to be some old lore, but I think you guys will like that.
On the sale of the PCs. So since he was a nice guy and he had made a website for me and everything, I needed a gaming PC. I bought a gaming PC for him. I told him what I wanted and everything. And when the gaming PC showed up, it was broken. The gaming PC, first of all, had apparently either broken or misinstalled RAM, because only half the RAM in the gaming PC ever worked. The other half never worked.
Okay, here we go. Yet again, I think all he had to do is to pull the RAM out and then put it back in to make sure that it was it's actually on flush to his connector. I remember that distinctly because I was talking to, I think in one of the few conversations I had with Super Sloth Pants, big up to SSP, that was a thing, amongst other things. But that right there wasn't exactly broken. Like I said, the only thing that was broken was that little crack along the side. So there you go. And on top of that too, if he does bring up the concept about price, they both admitted that he kept adding things. He wanted this, he wanted that. And so the price gradually continued to go up. And by the time that they came into realization, or at least Phil did, he was looking at a whole lot more money than what he was initially quoted. But yet again, it was a quote. They said, hey, if you want to add things, you want to take things away, let us know, but there's going to be an increase and decrease in price. So Mr. Businessman must have forgot that. I don't know. Whatever.
The gaming PC showed up with
and
cracks
then again,
all over the...
Since Phil was the one, as he just told you, oh, there's things that I wanted, so on and so forth. Idiot used to build PCs. So you should have actually known, or had an idea at least, of what it was going to cost you for all the parts and everything. They didn't necessarily charge him for labor, but they certainly charged him for parts. And, as Snorpernell was pointing out here, if you saw that the motherboard wasn't recognizing the RAM, you knew how to take the side of the PC off. Why didn't you go in and just try and make sure all of your connections were in place?
Front and the case coming off. So, of course, you know, me being a nice guy, I never really put up too much of a stink about it or whatever. But later on, this guy got a bug up his ass about me and started talking shit about me and all kinds of stuff, to which I said, you know what? You're not really the most honest guy to believe on anything, because I've done nothing but try to help you out over the years.
And some people actually believed me. Oh, people are just very gullible on the internet. I don't know what else to say.
I've spent thousands of dollars on a PC from you, and you sent me a broken piece of junk that wasn't even made properly. So who are you to try to, like, fucking talk shit about me when you're the one who I should be angry at you. You're the one who screwed me over behind the scenes. I never really told anyone about.
That's a lot.
So we had a fall.
And on top of that too, when Phil was just starting up streaming, right? Because he needed to. Chris was. I think Chris was the main guy. But Chris, along with a couple other guys on the forums, as well as John, eventually came in and basically finished it all up, and probably Howard to some extent because they had Don'tBlowIt.com. They were the ones that essentially helped him get started, mainly, but definitely John for sure. But I think Chris and Teo certainly helped him, at least with the software aspect, just trying to get him up and running. And then John, like I said, John was like a big help. He went out there to Best Buy with him to help pick out some of the best equipment, try to, you know what I'm saying, to get him an idea and get him familiarized with a lot of it as they got him started. Now, keep in mind, that's a great story in itself because only a week or two before, he was like, he hadn't asked the king or something. And they were like, oh, when are you going to go to direct capture? Oh, I'm not going to do it just yet, but eventually I will, but not just yet. Literally a week later. It was certainly less than a month later, but I'm pretty confident it was like a week later. He ends up going into direct capture. And like I said, all these different people helped him kind of work out those kinks. And he was still bitching and complaining about, oh, you told me if I was going to do this, it was going to be easy. It was going to be easy setup. You told me that I would have, you know, I would finally have better, you know what I'm saying, not fertility, but that the quality and whatnot, the graphics were going to be better. And you said it was going to be really, really easy. And this shit is hard, man. This shit is hard. He literally went on a fucking tirade about how this isn't out of the box point and shoot easy. What is? What is? And if you're going to troubleshoot it and it comes out of the box easy, what are you going to do? Phil, pay someone else to do it because you're too lazy and too stupid to learn how to do it yourself? The story is deeper than what he's saying. It's much, much deeper.
Now, and that's it. I don't remember the exact 100% details of everything that happened, but I had a falling out with him, the other person who had worked on the website, who honestly, the other person was the person who worked on the website. One person was his friend, and the other person was the guy who really made the website. That guy basically just didn't want anything to do with drama and just stopped talking to me completely, which I don't blame him. I never heard from him ever again.
But see, that should say more about you than anything. Oh, and it's funny how he went ahead and you saw how he broke them up real fast, where he was like, oh, one right there actually did the website, and the other guy was just his friend. He was just a hang on. You know what I'm saying? He was just a hang around, if anything. He didn't have really anything to do about anything. But then when I had the falling out, you know, with that one guy, well, his friend just picked up and left. He's like, he just stopped talking to me, and I just never heard from him again. What does that say about that? And then that's not even true, because the connection between the two guys, if I remember correctly, the two guys who made the website, that connection didn't actually break until the actual sale and or signing off or signing over of the King of Hate forums. Remember, the King of Hate forums was actually a fan. It was basically a fan site and whatnot. Phil didn't own it. You know what I'm saying? He had none of that. He didn't own the shit. He had the eventual, well, allegedly, he ended up buying it from them later. And like I said, if I at least remember some of the story, because I don't have the full story. One of the reasons why he pursued wanting the site back was because he heard that they were making money off of it. But if I remember correctly, whatever money they were making was going towards maintenance, I thought. So it wasn't like they were like making a huge profit off of it. And then when Phil's dumbass got it, I assume he realized, oh shit, this was actually going to profit. And then the damn thing never got updated. I mean, if you go and look at the King Hate forum, shit's out. I mean, it's probably, no, it's not even decent. It's still outdated. It's outdated as fuck. You know what I'm saying? And there's so much he could have done with that. And now that he has, well, now it doesn't matter, actually, because it's dead. But if he had taken care of his Google AdSense when he was with Machinima, he could have actually put ads on the King of Hate forums, like, you know, ad inserts and stuff like that, playing alongside, like Sure You Can did, through his own Google AdSense, and been able to make some money off that. Especially with what decent, if you want to call it decent, amount of traffic he had back in the day. He could have done so much with that shit. There's so much what he could have done. He essentially, what he tried to do is just cop the King of Hate forums, at least once he got his hands on it, is he tried to kind of run it like it was SRK. But he had full control. And he ran around like a goddamn tyrant in that shit. That's why that shit's a tumbleweed now, and only KG's over there. And if I'm correct, KG has more power than he does. The fuck, man? Fucking idiot. Fucking idiot. He could have done so much with that forum, with those forums, and it went to waste. It went to waste, and that's what happens when something like that, when a median like that, I should say, is dedicated to a person's ego. Initially it was put up for the community. Once he got his hooves on it, it became about him, and it died. Just like everything else this fucking dumbass gets his hands on. It's actually poetically beautiful in a lot of ways.
The guys who originally made thekinghate.com over a decade ago, and I bought it. Basically, I bought it from them because they owned the domain and all of that. So yes, they didn't give it to me. They actually made me buy the fucking website from them, if you can believe it. They held me over a gun and said, we want you to buy the website from us, even though the whole reason it had any popularity was because it was for me and in my name. But anyway, I bought it from them. I paid them for it. And I'm a sucker. I'm a sucker. And I'm
really nice. First off, why didn't you just go ahead and have someone else build your own website? Like, if you really wanted a website of your own, you could have just you could have had another one built, and that could have you could have left that out there to die out. 2, you didn't put in on this, man. Theoretically, they don't owe you anything. It did belong to them. The domain was theirs. So, if you did want it, they should be compensated in some way, shape, or form. But see, because he was being a pissy little bitch, and he was having a falling out with these guys, he didn't feel a need to pay them anything. Which is typical Dark Side Phil type shit. You know what I'm saying? A friendship or relationship or whatever is built and established, Phil ends up doing something to fuck it up because, you know, he's incompetent. And then all of a sudden, revenge and retaliation needs to be played. And if those guys got high cards on him, in any way, shape, or form, Phil's resentful about it. But whatever it is that they have over him, they can't keep it. So then he's forced to essentially throw out his piggy bucks to obtain it. Or he has to talk to them behind the scenes to make them go away quietly so it doesn't blow up in his face. That's how he's always conducted himself, while publicly playing the victim, which is exactly what he did with John and Howard. The problem was it blew up in his face. And that's why we never got the response video, or they did, but then it got taken down like really fucking fast. But that's why we'll never see that response video, because whatever it was that was said in that shit, he knew it was going to ruin any chance of ever getting John back. He knew it. Because I guarantee you, as vengeful and spiteful and as petty as he is, he went ahead and aired all their shit out. I guarantee you he did. And then he took it back because he cooled off, or Panda stepped in, or somebody was like, yeah, no, take that down now. Take that down now. On top of that, it's not just about John and Howard. It's about other people they know. And Phil don't need any additional heat from anybody else outside of that spectrum, if you will. That sphere of influence, if you will. Yes, sphere. And whatnot. So he didn't need any of that trouble. And that's why we never got it. I don't think we'll ever get... If anything, if any video was ever deleted, I assume he deleted that video. And he'll never tell us what was in it. And unless somebody has it on a hard drive somewhere, which I still hope that someone does, we'll never know. We'll never know. Because there's so many... There are... not conflicting. It's kind of conflicting. There's conflicting accounts. Like, people say it did go up and it was up for like 20 minutes and then it was taken down. Other people said he was just going to make it, but it never went up, or at least they never saw it. Who could say? I mean, some of it kind of falls in line, but a lot of it don't. So it is what it is. But like I said, he has to be the fucking damsel in distress and his own hero in the same goddamn story.
Nice guy, and I do things for people, and I pay for it all the time. What? What?
So, I bought the website from them, and then I had other people basically run it for me after that, from then on. So, that's that. There's not much to it. There's really not much to it. It's very, very old news. I haven't talked to those guys in like 7-8 years. I think it was before I even moved out here, I think. So, how much did they charge me for the site? I have no actual recollection. I remember it probably being hundreds of dollars, but I couldn't confirm that. I don't remember. It was so long ago.
I do try to not lie as much as possible, you know. Oh my god, he's drinking salt.
See, here's the funny thing about stuff. some people have this anecdote that they say, and they say if everyone else around you is always being an asshole to you, maybe you're the asshole, right? No, it's actually the opposite. Usually, if everyone around you is being an asshole to you, it's probably because they're taking advantage of you. Because you are too nice of a person to realize that everyone around you is using you, and then it's too late by the time you realize it, and all the damage is already done. And this has happened to me.
What kind of retardation is that? And matter of fact, I can understand where he's trying to apply that. He's trying to apply that to, yet again, the John Howard and Respect the Pack situation. Because Philly sat there and lied multiple times saying, oh, I tried to offer them money, I offered them money, and they didn't want it. And Howard was like, he never talked to them about money. Matter of fact, if I remember correctly, this must have been last year, though. I don't know if he talked about it at all so far. We haven't come across it, not that I know of. But that story got retconned again because he said that they went to, that John Howard and Respect the Pack went to a Starbucks and they talked it out and they were like, hey, what do you need? You know, what do you guys want? So and so forth. No, we don't want any money. We just wanted popularity, this, that, and the third. Think about this for a minute. Respect the Pack did all of the editing. They did all of the filming. They didn't get anything out of the t-shirt deal, right? They didn't get anything off the YouTube ad revenue. They didn't catch anything. Howard didn't catch anything off of the YouTube ad revenue, and he had to buy his way into the shirts. And it sounds like Howard didn't even get any profits from the shirt, because everybody talks about, oh, the shirts didn't sell, but no one talks about how the money got split up from the sales of those shirts that were sold. No one talks about that. We know what happened to the rest of the inventory. Actually, let me go ahead and run that by you right now. So they sold a bunch of shirts at a couple of different conventions, so on and so forth, but they didn't sell as much as they thought they would. John said, all right, whatever, I'll take a loss on my 300. Howard said, no big deal, I'll take a loss on my 300. Phil was like, we'll throw them away because fuck it, it's not worth it, which is really telling about Phil's personality, because I think at the point where he said throw it away, the whole situation with Project 7 had fallen apart anyway. So Phil looked at it as, oh, I already made a bunch of money on ad revenue, fuck the shirts and fuck Respect the Pack, so toss it. John was like, no, it's stupid to throw them away. We'll save it. You know what I'm saying? You may be able to use it later on as a giveaway or some shit. It is what it is. So I don't know if John actually held on to them, but I think Howard did for a while. I think it bounced around a couple of places, but I think eventually it landed at OJ's house in his basement or something like that. Or his attic, whatever the case. Right before Phil moved, he was from Connecticut to Washington. He was like, hey, who has the shirts? Excuse me. John said, I think OJ has it. And either him or Howard went over there and picked them up and brought them to Phil. And then Phil took them with him. And then next thing you know, Phil talking about the rebooting of Project 7. It's part of a Patreon goal. You get a free shirt at such and such tier. And that's where it went. That's exactly how the story played out. Now, that's the final destination for the shirts. Let's backtrack a little bit. Excuse me. When you think about the money as it pertains to these shirts and everybody ends up taking a loss, what happened to the initial money from the sales that they did have? No one ever talks about that. Maybe they split up that little money between them. Maybe they didn't. But no one ever speaks on that. I'm not accused, and this is in one of the few situations where I'm not going to outright accuse Phil of just taking the money and pocketing it, but where no one's talking about where the money was going or where it went. OJ was in one episode, maybe two. I think he was mainly in the Mario episode, I think, because there was only 4 episodes. I don't think he got paid for his appearance. John's friend who played Gas's Snake or something like that, or whatever his name was, he didn't get paid for that. You know what I'm saying? All these people sat there and pretty much did it all for free. They pretty much did it all for free for the most part. Where was everybody's cut? Except John, who got his cut as part of their arrangement. But John got fucked anyway. John Rambo got fucked anyway out of that whole arrangement with him and Phil. Because how are you going to tell me that Phil wasn't getting reports from Machinima anymore? Because supposedly Phil was paying him handsomely. Like everything that they did, every project that they ever had together, Smart Guys, all those playthroughs, all that shit, all the vlogs and everything, 50-50 across the board. Then Phil doesn't get any reports from Machinima anymore, and then John settles for $100 every time he comes up, which is what, a 3-hour round trip drive for him? And he was doing it, what, every weekend maybe, but certain, let's say at least 2 weekends a month? So he's only getting, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's say he comes up that Saturday and that Sunday. Okay, so that's only $200 a weekend. If you're talking about every 2 weeks, or if he's doing it 2 weeks out of the month, that's only $400. So how much was John's cut if he had to go ahead and suggest, well, just give me $100 every time I come up? How much was he making when you guys had the Machinima deal, and you guys could still, and you guys were still splitting the money handsomely in half? It makes you think, because why would John lowball himself like that? Unless John was already being lowballed. Unless John wasn't really getting his full half. Or if he wasn't being paid as handsomely as, you know, Phil says he was. Because if you were going from, let's say Phil was throwing John $500 a month, right? And then John automatically brings himself down to $3, why would he do that? Doesn't make any sense. If John was making $300 a month, right? Let's keep it at 5. Yeah, let's say it's 500. If he was making 500 a month off of the projects him and Phil was doing, and then he goes ahead and relegates himself down to $100 every time he comes up. I mean, yeah, if he's doing it yet again 4 days out of the month, okay, maybe $100 each time is all right. But then he's still being lowballed, because those are some of Phil's most successful playthroughs. Those are some of his best co-oping sessions for the most part. So you know money wasn't getting cut up right from the jump. And that's why Phil probably didn't mind doing the $100 deal, because Phil was like, I wasn't paying John honestly anyway, so I'm still winning. Just something to take into consideration when he talks about people using him. And if you know, the people around you, you are the company you keep to an extent, most certainly. You know what I'm saying? But for him to sit there and say, I was the nice guy and everybody else was around me was an asshole, sounds ridiculous. Which is why some people but some people have said that, well, what does that say about John and Howard? Who's to say that they couldn't have been scumbags? You know what I'm saying? If they've been around Phil and this, that, and the third, we don't really know them. You know what I'm saying? So who's to say that they're squeaky clean or whatever? Well, Jesus Christ, when shit got really ugly and people could have started flinging their own monkey shit at each other, they didn't do that. They could have gotten just as ugly as Phil did, and they didn't. Phil's the one that's sitting there calling them out and trying to get his little fan of wheelchair symbols to get mad at John, to get mad at Howard, and force them to get back into content. Jesus Christ, Phil went ahead and read text messages divulging John's financial situation to shame him to come back and do content with him. Think about that.
So many times in my life where people have used me for various reasons. I'm not just talking about since I became a YouTuber. I'm talking about my whole fucking life. People used me for their various purposes to get ahead, to help themselves out, and then dumped my ass as soon as they felt that I was no longer somehow a benefit to them. That's just happened to me over and over and over again in my life, and yet, for some reason, I still keep giving people the benefit of the doubt and thinking that people will eventually stop being assholes to me, and eventually it won't be a situation in my life where, you know what I mean, where I just keep having faith in humanity. I keep having faith in humanity, and I keep getting, basically, how can I say, proven wrong, that the faith shouldn't have been there, and it sucks. Because the thing, oh, well, Phil, how is it that you say all the time that all these people do you wrong? Because they do. Because inside of myself, I'm ultimately just like a really nice guy, and I always feel that people are not trying to screw me over, and I feel that people are trying to do the right thing.
Inside of myself, I feel that I'm a really nice guy, and everything bad that happens to me is because other people inflict this on me. That's essentially what he's saying without saying it. But that's what he means. That's exactly what he means. What has Phil ever done? Ever? or anything that you've ever heard him say, or anything that even exudes some type of selflessness. Like, I'm doing this because it's a nice thing to do, or it's the right thing to do. There's no payoff. There's no benefit for me. I did it because I thought it was the right thing to do. Anybody can think of anything. Let me know. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. That's the most ridiculous thing. That's the blatant lies. That was the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Abso-fucking-lutely. Is Darkseid Phil some type of fucking Lex Luthor supervillain type shit? Hell no. Not even close. Is he a scumbag, though, of the highest caliber? Absolutely. Absolutely. This is someone who shits on people for who have to work a 9-to-5 job, yet he spends 9 to 5 basically bitching, complaining, and begging for money. And does it under the pretense that he deserves it, because he gave you guys free content for all these years, and you guys gotta pay what you owe. He's just not brave enough to say it to that extent. But that's certainly what he means. And he can hide behind the fucking aspects of, oh, if you're a bartender, or if you're this, or if you're a waiter at Applebee's, or whatever the fuck. He can go ahead and bring that up all he wants. Nothing against being a bartender or a waiter. But you know what I mean? He can bring all that up all he wants. That doesn't justify, nor does that give him any leeway to act the way he acts. If it's supposed to be a generous tip, right, for a job well done, then guess what? Your waiter doesn't keep coming to you and say, hey, can I refill that for you? Oh, don't forget the tip, because I really need that. I really need that money to pay my bills and my starving cat Jasper that's at home. That's declawed, by the way. Does your waiter or your bartender do that shit? No. Of course they don't. That would turn people off even further from tipping them. At the end of the day, he goes that extra step and be like, oh, if you're going to tip me, make sure you tip me well, and here's the reasons why you should tip me well. Where's the job well done at, ladies and gentlemen? The moment you guys can answer that, then you guys know at least some of the secrets of Galtopia. Big ups to Paul.
And it happens again and again and again. It's happened with moderators that I've had. It's happened with coworkers that I've had. It's happened, you know what I mean? It's over and over.
I'm the victim complex guy.
He certainly is the victim complex, but what does that say? What does it say that every person who's ever fucking known you have turned their back on you? What does that say about you as a person? What does that imply as it pertains to your fucking existence if everybody you knew, or you know, or will ever know more often than not, will eventually turn against you? What does that say? Excuse me. You can't sit there and run around and be like, oh, everybody just hates me, the whole world's against me, God hates me, and all that nonsense that comes along with it. There are people who certainly have it much worse than he'll ever have. But this is how he thinks. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what puts one hoof in front of the other. And I know a lot of you, not a lot of you, but some of you are like, you know, GTG, you say some shit that's kind of harsh, bruh. Like, you know what I'm saying? Does he really deserve that? Is it really worth it to kind of go at his neck like that? Ladies and gentlemen, I've never told you anything that I didn't think wasn't appropriate as it pertains to the situation. Is it brutal? Is it unnecessary? Is it excessive? Is it even mean-spirited at times? Which, I like to think that I don't speak blatantly to be mean-spirited, but it probably has, and I'll own that. I will own all of that, to be honest. But gee, look at this. Listen to this. And no one's going to sit there and tell me that maybe his mother swallowing or his father should have pulled out was a bad thing. That sounds brutal. Absolutely fucking brutal. Certainly. But guess what? I'm not wishing death upon the guy. I'm just saying his parents made a mistake. But they love him. They took care of him, and he essentially abused them for it. He still does. Imagine you being almost 40, running to your parents each and every weekend, telling them to bail you out because a bunch of people didn't even mean to me. These people probably won't even have a real retirement, because they got to take care of their fuck up, mess up, mistake of a kid, because he still very much is a kid. Not to say that kids are a mistake. Kids are a blessing, but Phil's certainly the opposite of a blessing. In any case, they have to sit there and take care of his fuck up for the rest of his life. For their lives, I should say. And then, in truth, he's just sitting back waiting for them to kick so he can go ahead and inherit what he feels is rightfully his. If this is how he treats the disabled, mentally or physically, this is how he treats man babies, this is how he treats people with low self-esteem, if this is how he treats people that he manipulates on a daily basis, what the hell do you really think of his parents? What do you guys really think he thinks of his parents? Let me remind you that this is the same piece of fucking garbage who was like, oh, my parents are sick, and I don't know how much time they got left, but I can't go and see them, though, because my fucking taxes. Remember that? And then, a week or two later, oh, well, my parents said that they were going to pay for everything, so I'm going to go and see them. But I got to do some fundraisers, though, because I got to make up for the time that, you know, I'm going to lose not working because of my taxes. Oh, yeah, guys, I'm leaving in, me and Kat are leaving in, like, 9 days. But, me and Kat are leaving in 9 days, and you guys keep asking me, are we going to get married? And I can't get married, dude. We can't afford it. I'd love to marry Catherine. I love her. She's my soulmate. We're great together. We're meant to be together. But I can't afford it, though. And then my parents are sick and dying. So we're only going out there to spend, you know, those 5 days with them, because I don't know when the next time I'm going to see them, guys. 9 days later, you see fucking a tweet and an Instagram post saying, we got married. Like I said, you're more than welcome to think whatever you want to think as it pertains to what I do, what I say, and how I say it. It's a free country. You're more than welcome to do so. But he hasn't actually given me a reason to show him any mercy and or sympathy or empathy. The very things that he can't even exhibit himself. Just saying.
People trying to play as the victim. Yeah, well, that's what it is. They do something bad, but then they realize, oh shit, maybe we went over the line and we're going to get in trouble for it. Oh, quick, let's try to flip it so that we're innocent. It's called, you know, defense mode, panic mode, for people who know that they screwed up. Tom Bone, $2 million, says, do you ever get tired of being the victim? Yeah, every day. I don't ever want to be a victim. I never wanted to be, but sadly I am, you know.
And I don't know how to stop it, because it seems like people just won't stop caring about themselves and thinking about how the actions affect others. They only care about getting ahead for themselves. And I've never really been like that. I'm a person who, I do care about myself, of course, but I also care about others. So I try to do the right thing to help out everyone, and then someone fucks me over, you know. And you guys know all about that. I'm not going to go into massive detail about that tonight. You guys know all about some of the times publicly that people have fucked me over, who I trusted.
People fucked you over? Alright, let's talk about that. How does Superman feel about getting fucked over publicly? How we feel about that? Even though the relationship was at its wit's end anyway, and so on and so forth. How does he feel about his horse being stolen like that? How's that play out? Let's go. Okay, let's kind of stop the joking, even though that's still a serious question. And let's go ahead and talk about Panda. How does Panda feel knowing that, I'm not sure if it's her only brother. I don't think it's her only sibling, but I don't think that's her only brother. But how does she feel about missing her brother's wedding? Over fallout. How do we feel about that? How does she feel about that? And here's the real thing about that that's always rubbed me wrong. I've talked about this before. If Phil's dumbass didn't want to go to that wedding, cool. No problem. No big deal. Send her. Get Leanna on that plane, drop her off at the airport, send her out there with a couple $1,000, have her go out there, have a great time, and then make sure, well, hopefully she gets back on the plane safely and she gets home. And then either pick her up as you should or make her take a cab or some shit. Whatever. And make sure she come home. What was hard about that? See, he couldn't do that. Oh, if I can't go, you know, because my life is being threatened, and if I do go, the wedding could be swatted. Well, you can't go either, Panda. Even though Panda's not even the target, allegedly. You can't go either. It's funny because it's almost like he's like, yeah, you can't go because I don't need your family sitting there getting in your ear saying, are you really happy? Is it really worth dealing with him? in dealing with what you're living with? Is that really what you want with your life? And they end up talking her out of that shit. Maybe she's like, you know what, Phil, I don't know if I really want to come back home. Or maybe I don't really want to go back home with you. You know, maybe I'm going to stay out here a little bit longer. He couldn't risk any of that. So that's why he said when he couldn't go, she couldn't go either. Anybody ever thought about that? Taking that into any type of consideration? Panda wasn't the target. He was, allegedly. And that's if there was even a scenario within the Piggy vortex that even was going to happen. Who the fuck's going to swat a wedding to get at Darkside fucking Phil? And trust me, I've heard and seen some very interesting scenarios, if you will. But a wedding? Not even their wedding, a wedding of her family? And it's funny, too, because in the weeks leading up to that, he divulged everything. What state it was going to be, what time it was going to be, over the span of what weekend. He set that whole scenario up in a lot of ways to make it pretty goddamn convenient that, you know what, I can't go, guys. You know, because something might happen, guys. I don't know how they got the information, guys, but I don't think I should be going out there, guys. It's really interesting how he had laid all that shit out. Oh, it's going to be in Pennsylvania over this weekend, yada, yada, yada. Like, was it going to be really hard to draw them a map to where the reception was going to be? He damn near laid it all out. And then, as it pertains to Fallout, he's like, oh, yeah, well, you know, I'll just play it in the hotel room and, you know, it'll be whatever. He didn't want to go out there and see those people. He had sat there and dragged one of their family members clear fucking across country. He never had no plans of wanting to go back. And he was too scared to send her back. And I think, just my theory, not exactly a Theo theory, but big ups to Theo and Cleo. But it's my theory that he was scared that if she went out there, she may not come back. Or she may not be as eager to want to come back. But he's being such a nice guy, right? And he's been fucked over by all those people, right? And the theory kind of still stands that it's possible Panda cheated on him. Good for her. It was time for her to go ahead and get a real man or just get out on her own or whatever the case may be. She was going to grow stagnant staying with this piece of garbage. It paid off. Look at where Phil's at and look at where she's at. She was too young to be sitting there having tied down in the first place. I don't know what he thought he was expecting to do with that in the long term, but it wasn't going to pan out. He didn't want a girlfriend. He didn't want a lover. He wanted a mom. He wanted another mom to take care of his ass. But he didn't want to move his mother and father in and whatnot because they getting up there in age. And as Medicare said once, he's going to eventually have to take care of them. In actuality, his whole move from Connecticut was just running away from responsibilities. Mommy and daddy are getting up there in age. Everybody over there hates him, so to speak. And he didn't really have too many friends that he could look dead in the eye and whatnot. He don't want to apologize for anything because he's the eternal victim. And he was running away from taxes. The same taxes, ladies and gentlemen, that he sat there and evaded in Washington State for 3 fucking years. And it's really, really funny how when Panda moves out, all of a sudden, because Panda moves out in April, May-ish, something along those lines maybe. She moves out, and then all of a sudden, in like August, September, he gets the notification that he owes back state taxes. And then spends the next 2 or 3 months trying to basically throw him off of his scent. Pig shit's pig shit. And it doesn't come off your shoes that easy. His stench was all over that. And that's how they eventually caught his bitch ass. And he can sit there and blame the tax guy back in Connecticut all he wants. But that was a family friend of his. Of his parents, I should say. That's how he knows that guy. So it was funny how he didn't mind throwing that dude under the bus, but he never told us his name. And Lord knows, does that guy need to end up catching an email saying, hey, do you know a Philip J. Burnell? Or Philip Paul Burnell, or what the fuck his name is? Here, go ahead and open up this extension real quick and see what this guy has to say. Phil doesn't need that. That's why he went ahead and redacted that piece of information. At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, the world didn't fuck over Darkside Phil. Darkside Phil DSP fucked over Phil Burnell.
Alright, always hot teacher says, so you no longer give people the benefit of the doubt. What if they're trustworthy? No, that's not the case at all. The thing is, I do usually still give people the benefit of the doubt. It's just that these days, I can't really... I've learned that you can give someone the benefit of the doubt, but you always got to be on your guard because you never know when things are going to come back to bite you. Like, you basically, you have to be safe in the way that you do stuff, and be absolutely sure that if something does screw you over, if something does actually not go your way, that you're okay. Because sadly, that's what's happened is in my life, there have been times when I 100% believe in someone, or, you know what I mean, I trust in them, and then because of that, that literally screws me over insanely badly, and now it takes me a long time to recover from it.
Like, it's been tough. You know, my life has been tough over the last decade. It has.
And it sucks that I have that paranoia kind of ingrained in me now because of what's happened to me over the years, but what can I do about it when it's not like I just was like that. That's the end result of people treating me in a very shitty fashion for many, many years, you know? So, of course, now someone named yours...
brings up a very good point here. This is really sick behavior. It's funny because how he likes to call people mentally ill and all that shit, right? This right here, I think, is an excellent example of that same type of mental illness to some degree. This is really... to go a little bit further than that, let's step away from that concept for a minute. This is a really sick way of looking at the world. This is a really sick way of trying to cope with the mistakes that you made and had to go through mental fuckery, world class, gold medal, closest thing to a gold medal he'll ever get, Olympic routine in Galtopia to go ahead and put one hoof in front of the other and believe I'm not a bad person. It was everybody else. And everything else that I did that people shit on me for was retaliation. Remember why the King of Hate moniker even exists. I don't exist to hate. Quote, I don't hate on people first. I only hate on people who hate on me. I'm out here minding my own business, trying to do the best that I can, and everybody wants to fucking take shots at me and shit on me. And so whatever happens next is whatever happens next. But it was their fault. I did it to them because they did it to me first. How sound does that sound to any of you? And that's all he does. This is the same reason why I labeled him the Gouty Viper. This motherfucker spent 3 to 5 years. I want you to think about this. He spent 3 to 5 years waiting on Pro Jared to fuck him up. Sorry, let's reword that. The Gouty Viper laid in wait for 3 to 5 years for Pro Jared to fuck up so he could go ahead and roast his ass on Twitter. And admitted to doing that. Admitted that I waited for him to screw up so I could get back at him. For what? A joke tweet that meant shit to anybody? Which is what the 3-year mark was. Or what I really think it was that 5-year situation when he went to Screw Attack convention. And he couldn't get his booth or whatever the case may be, and he got slighted because Pro Jared had one, and he was prioritized over Phil. I think that's what Phil was really mad about, and he held on to that. And that shit with the tweet that came 2 years after that, that was just even more bacon grease on the floor. That was just even more probable cause, if you will. That's him further slighting me. That's Phil looking at that tweet and being like, you did fuck me over at that Screw Attack convention. And now you're trying to rub that shit in my face 2 years later. Oh, I'm getting you. The first chance I get, I'm getting you. And that's what he did. That's exactly what the fuck he did. And then off the back of that, this idiot wants to do a 7 years debunking 7 years of slander. And we didn't even get the full 7 years. We got like 3 or 4. Maybe. And he didn't debunk shit. Last time I checked, debunking required evidence. And he had none. All he had was his word, which is worth jack shit on top of shit. Imagine that. Imagine that. And so for some of you who may be wondering what type of manipulation or what type of abuse that most of his viewers, the regular viewers, the people that are part of the Pig Roach cult, go through. That gives you an example of the mental gymnastics that he puts on himself. Just imagine what he inflicts on other people.
Therapist hit me $1.30 and says book a session with me. Of course. Of course I'll book a session with you. Why wouldn't I book a session with a therapist, right? Okay then. Anyway, that's $1 tip.
You know, back in high school, I was on a cocktail of medications. I mean, real talk, when I was in high school at one point, I was to the point where I was losing it.
Now, here's the thing. I'm glad that came up. Yet again, Snort Burnell coming through in the clutch. So we talk about this cocktail of medication, and one of the things that caused the depression, right, is this Acme medication or some shit like that. But in actuality, our boy here has anger issues. And he's also spoken about having to take other medication for other type of issues that he has. Hence it being a cocktail instead of just a single pill. So our boy here is a fucking nutcase more often than not. And then you go back to some of those 2014, 2015 vlogs, at least in the new house. And on that counter, there was quite a few bottles and whatnot. And not to say that maybe some of that wasn't Panda's, maybe, but certainly some of them were Phil's. And he was quick to try to pan off because he didn't want people to see it. Just saying. And we have an individual who has a history of abuse, or substance abuse, I should say, on top of other things. Just throwing it out there. He's so quick to go ahead and shit on other people and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? If we're going to go ahead and put it all out there, let's put it all out there.
Either go do something drastic or, you know, go nuts. There was a girl who I was like obsessed with for a while. Hills.
No. I want you to no. Let's bring that back. This right here stands into my next point. I almost jumped the gun. I
wanted to either go do something drastic or, you know, go nuts. There was a girl who I was like obsessed with for a while. Hills, help, don't.
Okay, my bad. I almost muted myself and then that would have been a problem. So there was a girl that I was obsessed with for a while. You mean like that same type of obsession, Phil, that you had with Panda? When she went ahead and sent you a message and whatnot and said that she liked your videos, and then you obsessively kept messaging her over and over and over again, telling her, or asking her, but probably telling her, hey, will you be my girlfriend? Please be my girlfriend. Be my girlfriend over and over and over again until you wore her down enough for her to relent and say yes? You mean like that? You mean like how he constantly has this this rehearsed, well, he doesn't do it so much anymore. It's not as good as it used to. But he used to have this this whole rehearsed type script, is what the word I'm looking for. He had this scripted segment right before the begging segment or shout outs happens, where he talks about, I've been a content creator for such and such. It went on for like 10 minutes. And it was the same shit every fucking day. And it took him years to break it. And what you have now is just a gaudier, you know, version of it, right? But the original one, though, he went through essentially his entire career on YouTube and shit like that, trying to reinforce and justify why you should give him money, on his stream, because if not, he won't exist anymore. You mean like that? And he did that 5-6 days a week. And he didn't miss he never missed a point on it. He was very repetitive in that. And as someone who's repetitive, I know that. You know what I mean? And he hit each and every point in that little spiel for years. So whoever that girl was who he had that obsession with, she dodged the bullet. But then Panda got it. And because Panda got it, that kind of flows right back to that situation with her brother in that wedding. And why she wasn't allowed to go. Because certainly, ladies and gentlemen, she wasn't allowed to go. She couldn't drive. She didn't have a job. What was she going to do? what was she going to do? She was essentially a prisoner in that house. And then it's funny how the first bit of freedom she gets, because he even made it, because he even tried to discourage her to some degree too. Hear me out. If you remember, she had to take driving classes. That's fine. Phil wouldn't even drive her to her classes. He would make her take the bus. He would make her take public transportation, which probably gives her a better idea of the surrounding area. But you tell me this ass clown couldn't have taken 15, 20 minutes, wherever it's located, to drive her off to the driving school, then come home, stream for a little bit, and then on one of his breaks go and pick her ass up and get some food somewhere for a DSP tries on the way back? It's almost as if he was trying to discourage her from learning how to drive, kind of like, hey, you're making this a hassle. Is it really worth doing this? Oh, okay, you still want to do it? Fine, whatever. But then when he was starting to get in a financial pinch, a real one, and then all of a sudden she needed to get a job because he needed her to pull some weight, he ended up getting more out of that than he was expecting. Now she started to come into her own. Now she's starting to explore herself a little bit more. Now she's around people who are around her age, right? And now she's thinking a little bit differently. Now other men are starting to go ahead and showing her some attention in a way that's different than how Phil did. Then all of a sudden, everything starts to go to hell. Imagine that.
Don't get me wrong. You know, pills absolutely help, but they don't cure these kind of issues. They just help to mitigate. And the code word is bacon. And if you always say, when you tip me, you always say, okay, bacon, I'll know that it's you. I won't ever have to like check and see if it's real or not. Because sadly, there are people who impersonate stream regulars and try to say nasty stuff and or fool me into thinking that I'm getting a big tip and then the tip's fake. I'm like, oh shit, now I gotta refund this and everything. It's a pain in the ass. But if you make a code word up that you say in your tip message, only I will see it and I'll know that it's really you. Wow.
I'm setting up the poll right now for you guys to pick a vest. All right.
Now, why the hell would he use the code word bacon? That's not me, just to let y'all know. I don't do that. I'm very much against that practice and giving Phil money for anything. I wouldn't shit. I wouldn't even piss on him to put him out. So let alone I'm gonna sit there and throw money at him. But that's hurtful. That's hurtful. If they said like uncooked bacon or really fatty bacon, then that'd have been something. But to just say bacon in general, I feel a certain type of way now. It's not cool. Not cool. I'm not happy. I'm not very happy with that.
All right, the poll is now running for which vest I will wear tonight. Thank you guys, everyone who contributed. Of course, thank you, Wilson and Aragorn, for that final tip that just pushed us over the tips goal for the night. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Plumbing Beach Jason, how's the garbage situation in your area? Do you still have piles of garbage and dirty cat litter in my garage? Yes. My whole garage now is completely stuffed to the ceiling with festering, smelly cat litter. It's absolutely fucking disgusting. And, quite frankly, the health code is probably violated. I should go to jail for it. But that's just how I live. There you go. What's weird is that
I'm glad he brought that up. Sorry, I'm in one of those moods where I'm just digging deep in lore right now. Does anybody remember that same condo tour or house tour, whatever, when he goes into the garage? When he goes into his garage and they find all those license plates, and he says, "Oh, they must be running a chop shop or something." And then he takes the former owner's mail and opens that shit and is like, "Oh, looks like they haven't been paying their taxes in a good amount of years. They owe all this money." Anybody remember that? And then how Karma and sat there and came around to smack him in the fucking face with that? That's okay. That'll be on the second channel. Because I remember. Pepper's Farm remembers. Holy shit. Had the nerve to read those people's mail on a video and then end up getting slapped with it a couple years later himself. Wow.
Aragorn tip was going to come through today. It didn't. It never did. It never came through. For some odd reason. So Wilson of Aragorn, give me another $4.20, and I know what the issue is. I wanted to go through it. Pisses me off. He sent it to a checking account instead of a debit card, and because of that, the checking account froze it. That makes sense. Because debit cards, typically, allow you to have a lot more flexibility, especially with online ordering. That's why, honestly, I think that's why they probably made debit cards, because people were doing credit cards for that kind of stuff, but then they realized, oh, I have a debit card, and you can do quick transactions with it, much like a credit card, right? And I think debit cards allow you to not really have these kind of holds and things on them. Well, if you're doing it straight through your bank account, chances are it could have a several-day hold. Yeah, so that actually does make sense. What's weird about it, though, is that it said it was clearing today, and it has not. Here we are, 9:10 p.m.
Your debit card is usually linked to your checking account. At most places, it's linked to your checking or savings. You have a choice of which account you want it to pull from. But usually, it just goes right through your checking account. So what are you talking about? With a credit card, it would seem much easier because the transaction is almost immediate. Like, for example, with Amazon. I'll use Amazon for example. I have a bunch of different payment methods that I use and so on and so forth. But I'm a big fan of gift cards, right? So, and when you use an Amazon gift card, you can actually refill that Amazon gift card at any given time because that card is automatically imprinted onto your account, right? So when you go to payment methods, if you go all the way down to the bottom, you'll see if you've ever used a gift card before, it'll say, you know, do you want to refill this gift card or whatever? And you can do that. If you go ahead and use a gift card on Amazon to make a purchase, it'll go through immediately. As if you went with the alternative of like a gift card or a credit card, they might hold on to it for a couple days before it actually goes through. Same type of concept, unless it's a card that you use as your automatic default, whether a checking or a credit card or a debit card on Amazon. Then they'll go through it right away because they know it's a reliable way of funding your account. So it depends on how you kind of play with that. But that doesn't make any sense. That dude pulled right from his checking account to go ahead and tip you. So how did he do that? He had to have gone through his debit card, right? He didn't. Is there a virtual check option on PayPal? And if he was pulling from his checking account anyway, why wouldn't he just use his debit card? What? I don't know. I'm just wondering.
And it still has not cleared, so I don't know what's going on. That sounds to me like it's the bank. The bank's holding it.
I'm getting stronger.
What I would say is if it's still on hold, Will, you might want to contact your bank and just tell them to cancel the whole thing, right? You don't want those funds just sitting there out of your account and frozen in time, never coming to me and on hold on your end. I would just tell them to cancel the transaction to see if they'll do it. You know, it might just sit there forever in limbo. You don't want that to happen.
Spend all your money on me. Give me your money. Gimme. There's still this back here. And it's still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind, and it's always telling me it's WWE Champions time. I love it. I love it. Is a mobile game addict. Still has indoctrinated children who send him money, blatantly milking for money. It's a money pit. It's gone, just gone like that. In an instant, fucking gone. I just care about money. That I just can't help it. I eBay. Contributions are mandatory, but I need your help. I am appealing directly to you. No decency, no respect, no common sense, no fucking maturity. Is the guy who just doesn't get reality.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Wow. Anywho, it's a little longer than I thought it would, but it is what it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, give me a chance to straighten up, and we will reconvene for final thoughts, and I will let you guys go with your day, because that is a thing, and your time is precious. I'll see you guys in just a second. Let's see, what's the outro? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the it's the breakdown, rundown, one of the two. I kind of flip-flop between them. But welcome to the breakdown / rundown, and let's go ahead and go over the video agenda, and then we'll let you guys go. First off, huge thank you to Burnell, very much appreciate it. And big ups to Chio18 and your Snortbucks gift cards. Nope, reward cards is actually the actual proper term for it. It's a thing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so here we go. Let's see here. First video. Okay, WWE Champions event. Make of that what you will. Got to feed the addiction, right? I wonder if he gets automatic alerts through the application. So I wonder if I downloaded the app, even if I don't sign up for an account, would it at least let me see the menu? Actually, I don't need to download the app because I can just check it out on my PC. Okay, we'll have to think about that. But there you go. Couldn't sleep. Well, you know, those sweaty JPEGs will keep you up at night, from what I've heard. Let's see, grocery shopping is strenuous, which is hilarious and pathetic too, by the way. That's the same person who was having a hard time with a gallon of milk. But then again, this is also the same guy who had to have a hand cart, to bring Catherine's PC into the house and up the stairs. I'm not joking by that. And it's for this, meaning money, of course. That's his driving force behind everything. Let's see here. First stage finished. It was like 265 deaths. And ghouls and is it Ghost and Goblins Resurrection? That's insane. But then again, he's playing it on like Legends mode, I think, or something like that. Which if I don't know why he's playing it at such a difficulty anyway. I've never really known him to have an experience with ghouls and goblins, so why would it even matter? I don't know. It is what it is. But as long as he's willing to torture himself, someone needs to laugh at it. So it is what it is. Destroyed in Fall Guys. Let's see, malicious tweet. He was obviously fishing for something. Whether he got it, I couldn't tell you, but he was obviously fishing for something. Another double vest. Like I say, he should probably go to the triple vest idea that I have. It might work out. You never know. We'll see. Greedy pig roach. It's greed. It's greed, and greed is massively strong, and you know, self-control and all that stuff. Let's see here. Changes on the day off. No, changes in the day off because of the Soulmaid. Her schedule realistically only benefits him. It's not a deficit, and she doesn't need him. Like, she kind of has enough independence where she can kind of move the way she wants to move afterwards. Unless, yet again, going back to the thing that I said about Leanna, where he's paranoid on what she could do with her time and whatnot, which actually leads me to another inquiry. If you give me a second. Sorry, it's been a long one. As it pertains to Catherine not being able to go to the gym anymore, right? And then they end up getting the exercise bike for her. Phil somehow fucked all that up, and then all that money ended up getting refunded and being used on bills. That's exactly what happened to it, by the way. Even though, keep in mind, that money was like a birthday gift or a Christmas gift for Catherine, and she wanted to use it to get an exercise bike. Phil purposely fucks up the bike to make it worthless, and then they refund the money, and he never got her another bike. They end up using it for bills. True story. It makes me wonder, why did he prevent her from going to the gym in the first place? Because she used to go to the gym after she got off work. I think she used to leave the house around 3 or 4 o'clock. She used to get off at like maybe 9, maybe 10ish, and then go to the gym for like an hour or two, and then she'd come home. Well, now, granted, quarantine and shit, COVID's still a thing, but theoretically, this right here would be an opportunity for her to go back to the gym if she chose to, because now it's in the middle of the day. She goes in for a good pump, and then she get to come home. I wonder how that's going to play out. But yet again, if we're going to keep her on a short leash, so to speak, it kind of, just think about it. Just think about it. Chargebacks continue. He set himself up for that. It is what it is. You really can't feel sorry for a con man being stupid and getting played himself. No more stupid names and tips. That's supposedly because of stream elements. Because if he bans you, it's a pain in the ass for him to unban you. I say fuck him and just go ahead and keep flooding his emails with, you need to unban me so I can donate, and make him go through the trouble of it. If he's going to beg for money every day, then push his ass to the brink to see how far is he willing to go to keep people donating. What's he going to do? Ban all of you? Then he's not going to have no money coming in. Who's going to tip him then? And don't make another sock account and increase his follow account on Twitch. That's stupid. So don't do that. Anyway, Call of Duty, Call of Gaudy is glitched. Why wouldn't it be? Let's see. I don't sympathize with trolls. He kind of should, being honest with you, because he's taken his. There's a difference with trolling and then obsessive trolling, which is exactly what Phil is. He's a obsessive compulsive type of person, I should say. And because of that shortcoming is one of the reasons why he reacts the way he does. And he's done some absolutely just ridiculous shit. That is one of the reasons why people in the FGC turned their back on him in the first place. So, something to consider, to be honest with you. He has way more in common with the people who troll him than he's willing to give them credit for. The only difference is none of these people are fucking threatening to fight him in IRL or any dumb shit like that. But Phil certainly did that to other people. And when it was time to nut up or shut up, he ran into a corner and fucking basically put his hooves over his eyes and hoped that it would go away. It was really interesting how he was willing to deny reality when reality was right in his fucking face. But when he was behind that keyboard, it was free smoke. It was free snorts. And everybody can get this post-nasal drip. And only $30 in tips. Oh well, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? You do a lazy job, you get a lazy payout. As far as I'm concerned, it is what it is. Let's see here. First look at the jeans. Absolute autism. Only morons wear jeans at home. Even more autism. And sorry, let me see what this last part is. All my life, people have used me. I think I've put up a decent case. I wouldn't say it was compelling, but I think I've put up a decent case to try to counter at least some of that. It's not necessarily true, to be honest with you. He's not the victim that he pegs himself out to be. He's used quite a few people to his own ends. And in actuality, as it pertains to the website and why those two fellas ended up basically breaking ties with him and everything that has to entail, it doesn't happen for no reason. You're talking about something that universally happens. Habitually to him. Everybody in his life has turned against him in one way, shape, or form. And even the people who want to be nice to him or want to show some type of generosity end up getting fucked in some way, shape, or form. You know what I'm saying? Almighty Tevin's a great example of that. Tevin never set out to be a fucking detractor. You know what I'm saying? And look at how Phil treated him. And then this restreaming thing really took off, and essentially Tevin did it out of, I don't know if I'd say maliciousness, but Phil put him in a bad spot, so he worked with what he had and whatnot. And if, you know, hey, you took away Tevin and those other two guys, by the way, you took away 3 people's Twitch accounts from them, I should say. Someone had to retaliate. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, hey, you took me off this site. Now I'm going to take your content. And what are you going to do about it? At the end of the day, you reap what you sow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening in. I very much appreciate it. I will see you guys for the next broadcast, whenever that may be. Hopefully sooner than later. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snort Report, and this is DSP News. Always late, never breaking. Unreliable coverage that you can't count on. Oh yes, a GTG Network of Productions. For the Snort Report, as well as Snortbucks Coffee, I've been your host / anchor GTG, and I'm signing off. Take care of yourselves, guys. In the broadcast. Oh, the eternal victim. It's so good. So good.